So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club to qualifier race number 2 in February. My name's Matt Payne, and yes, I am back in the studios with the one and only Emma Martin, who was in control of all things Sunday Race Club last week, as well as being very busy with the Snowbank World Championships yesterday from Châtel. The very polar opposite from where we're heading today onto our race route, which is Telmarie. So we've gone from the snow to the sand, from the ramps and the berms of what was a very groomed and manicured snow slope, all the way across to the big dunes that make up our sprints and climbs out and around Telmarie. Emma, it was brilliant racing. Thank you very much last week. I really enjoyed the shows. I was watching them during the course of the UCI Cyclocross World Championships that I was on the mic for.
Well, loving the fact that the Sunday Race Club is doing the rounds around the other World Championships as well. So, today, Telmarie, 34.7 kilometres of racing, 335 metres of climbing for the women's race. And they come out of that start pen, and it is pretty much flat for the first, 10 kilometres or so. They come through what is the first of 3 sprints today at the 2.7 marker. And then they run into the first of 2 climbs. And the aquarium climb is the longest climb today. And we all know it is a climb that is used very regularly. And we might see some riders push for the polka dot banner, and we may see riders go off the back, but I'm not sure it's going to be a decisive move today. Always my words can be taken in jest. We drop down from the aquarium climb up and over the Leeward Desert climb. It's short, it's sharp, it's steep, and then we transition through 2 more sprints until we get towards the finish. And that final 700 metres, well, the only way is up.
It is indeed 3 climbs today, 2 of which are part of our climb competition. Those are marked in red with those checkpoints at the top, the Leeward Desert Climb and the Aquarium Climb, with checkpoint prizes for each of our category leaders over those 2 points. Whether the leaders going through the sprint first, so that's the Aldar HQ sprint along with the Liwa sprint and the Telmarie sprint. Those are checkpoints that garner the sprint checkpoint prizes. And of course, when you get to the very end, that 34.7k marker, and that's when our riders will be taking away prizes in the top 10 individually. The women's race off first on that course. Our men's race with their different race routes do follow afterwards. 6 race categories in both the women's and men's races. Identical prizes across all of those race categories in terms of men's and women's parity. But of course, the further up you go, the more the prizes are worth from category 6 to category 1. Now, today we have 2 teams in the Category 6 competition. We have the FCC Cadence crew with 4 riders and the Kitty Hawk Racing squad with 3. So, Michels, Hamilton and Shuring for Kitty Hawk Racing. For the Cadence crew, Driscoll, Shrivin, Timmers, Cohen and Webber. I also want to say a massive thank you to one of the FCC Cadence crew's normal riders, that's Manon Holtman. Manon, who came to the Cyclocross Visited and brought a care package.
She did.
For me in the commentary box. So a massive, massive thank you, Manon. It was great to see lots of riders from the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club there. I hope you guys enjoyed it all there. It was a brilliant racing, but we're now back. We're in esports. You're back in the comfort or lack of comfort of your pain cave. It's time to go racing. It's qualifier race number 2. Category 6 are away out from the pens here, and this start is critical here. The 2 teams here, 2 of 23 teams in our women's race competition, and already you can see very quick off from the start. You need to be out of those pens and in the bunch very quickly indeed.
You do indeed. Barbara Heron leading the charge off of the front. In fact, if your name's Barbara, you can be in the first 2 positions at the moment. Absolutely loving that. Susanna Lopes is there as well. Daniela Londano, Kirchner, Timmins, Cohen in the mix as well. Limbaga coming through. It is a big, big push off of the start line today, and you can see the damage on the top right-hand corner of the screen that it's done to the Category 6 pack already.
And remember, our 6 race categories staggered on that race start. So category 6 going first, then a 10-minute gap to category 5, 5-minute gaps between categories 5 and 4 and 4 and 3, then a 10-minute gap between category 3 and 2, and then 5 minutes between category 2 and 1. All the riders can draft each other irrespective of race category on the way out and around the race route if they catch another rider who may be in a different category, or if they're caught by a rider in a different category, because category 1 will be the last to go and will be chasing. It is not impossible for category 1 to actually close down on all of our race categories, such as the international caliber of our riders, but all of our riders out on the same race route. We're in with Adriana Barco. Definitely a rider to watch, I think, today.
Yeah, she is indeed, and the Colombian rider on the far side of the world from the studio here in Europe. And that is one of the things that is absolutely fantastic about the Sunday Race Club. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, we all come together at the same time online. It's not the same time in your location, but Adriana Barco could well go well today. Last week, Magdalena Brull took the win in category 6. She's now gone up to category 5. It was then Ferran Notes, Pulauska and Narvaez Hoyas in the top 5, but just 6 seconds separated the top 7 women in category 6 last week. It was an absolutely fabulous race. 33 riders on the start line today, and it's Mel Scriven. Morning, Mel. You're in the pack. You're out. She's got her MyWhoosh gloves on with the Fem Cycle Collab kit.
Okay, so Federico have kit. She's got the bottle. Of course, the MyWhoosh Championship boxes have been arriving. They have been all over. Mel, one of our fantastic superstar riders, and one of the riders who took part in that MyWhoosh Championships that happened in 2023, 25, and Mel in that 2025 one, getting that big package of kit. Whether or not it will happen in the future, you will have to wait to find out. Even if I knew, I couldn't tell you. I certainly hope so. Mel's got her fingers crossed. I think everybody who rode or watched it enjoyed it.
I think they did indeed. And I forgot to tell you, last week, Mel, you missed this, Matt, Mel won the Category 6 in the Cycling Esports League. We celebrated that last week. You weren't here.
Well, I did actually watch and see all the cars, etc., on the way through. It's one of those great things when you miss a week of being on the microphone and commentating on something. Doesn't mean you actually get any time off. All it means is you just watch it at a different time. Yes, you don't need to talk about it.
Because you're an Uber fan.
Yes, I am. Hello, my name's Matt. I'm an Uber fan of cycling of all disciplines.
I'm just letting that hang there.
It's true.
I know.
It's so true. Do you know?
Anybody who walks out of a commentary box after commentating on a World Championships and then puts a different type of cycling on the telly to relax in the studio, it's a really interesting move.
I was asked yesterday by somebody on the other side of the studio whether at any point in time I actually wanted to or thought about watching anything other than cycling on TV. And the answer was
Why
no.
Would you?
I was watching Liège Bastogne Liège.
Well, there's so
and
much
I've been
choice.
watching. I tell you what, I have been watching. I've watched absolutely avidly the UAE Tour, the women's UAE Tour, and the men's is going to be high on the list. I am working my way steadily through the back catalogue of racing just to keep up with everything. And keeping up with everything is important because we're already on to our first sprint. We're out of the pens. We're heading out and we're on our way in. We're only a few hundred metres. In fact, we made that tens of metres on the way into the sprint. Jessica Hamilton, as we would expect in Category 6, sprinting away through, making the most of the fact that the sprint checkpoint, and that is the Eldar HQ sprint, is in the very early part of this race before we go over that big Telmarie climb that may see her in trouble. Hamilton taking the win from Timmins Cohen in second, Jones in third, Slislak in fourth, and Lopes in fifth, scoring 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. 5 points and the win to Hamilton means that she takes away the checkpoint prize on the way through. It also means that she's got the maximum points in the run for that sprint competition at the moment. But with 3 sprints and 2 of them after 2 of our big climbs, it does mean that you're going to need to be right up there all the way through to be able to take away that sprint skin suit at the end. At the moment, that's green skin suit now in the midst of the purple jerseys of Category 6 being worn by Jessica Hamilton. And Hamilton, one of those riders who we know is always going to be in the mix when it comes to the sprints.
Yeah, and I think this type of course really suits her today. The climbing on the course, the aquarium climb, isn't a disadvantage to Jessica Hamilton. Neither is the Leeward Desert climb because it's short and it's sharp. So contending the sprint today may well be really up her street. And, well, I'm not quite sure she'll be there at the finish line, but she could well be in the green skin suit.
We will have to wait to find out. We're going to have to wait until we get to the end of our 34.7 kilometre course. Now, we do have new viewers each and every week. If you're new to this Sunday Race Club, welcome. It's good to have you with us. Always more and more people watching. We'll take you on a quick whistle-stop tour of the screen first of all, whilst we've got a little bit of a gap before we go on to our next race category. Top and centre are our riders' stats, how long they've been riding in time, 6 minutes 37. The heart rate, 166. The watts, now this is in green if the rider is in the draft, hiding behind another rider, and the number of green chevrons at the side indicate how good that drafting is. So if it's 3, it's good. If it's 1, it's okay, but certainly needs to do better. And if it's not got any chevrons and it goes to black as it's just done, it means you're in the draft, out of the draft, sorry, and into the wind, and that's where it's much harder. You can see the pedal cadence, the revs, the speed, and the distance covered so far. The rider we're watching, it says down at the bottom centre, just above the Sunday Race Club Qualifier race number 2. The right-hand side, we have 3 key pieces of information here. The map with the wind gauge and the wind direction. We have the course profile. So that's number 1. Number 2 is our zones, and that is the zone that the rider's working in. 1 is taking it easy and drinking the coffee. Number 6 is breathing through your ears and not being able to see very much because you're going so hard. Directly below that, then, we have the nearby list, and those are the riders that are near to each other. So Mel Scriven and Adriana Barco close to each other in this group at the moment. So Barco and Scriven together in that pack and nicely working the way out towards the front of the race group here. So let's see how the riders deal with this. Let's hope they can deal with our race route today better than Emma's dealing with the change in the studio. She's got a request in for a studio change here, and I've changed the studio around, and now Emma's absolutely discombobulated.
I am. I was looking in a very different direction last night whilst I was on air, and now I'm like, I've gone from the left to the right, and I'm a little bit, whoa! But anyway.
A little bit, whoa.
It is a bit like that.
Okay.
Adriana Barco, in my world it is anyway. Adriana Barco on your screen at the moment. She's the rider we're in with. Timmins Cohen in the group as well. It's a good sized group of riders in this category 6 race at the 5 kilometre marker. We saw 1 or 2 riders get dropped from the start, but the rest of the pack now moving strongly here. Just coming towards the top of this small rise onto the flat plateau, and then they're going to transition through and down. They're going to, the wind on the course today is a little bit of a headwind in places, but not when we hit the aquarium climb.
Indeed, we're going to move across to category 5 as they get ready to go out into that headwind.
I told you I was discombobulated.
I know, it's amazing what I might have to change the studio around on a regular basis. Okay, let's move from category 6 to category 5. They're waiting to go. Our 3 teams that have more than 3 requisite number of riders in there, 3 or more riders required for team competition when we come to the end of the month. Phoenix have 3 riders of our 3 teams here today with Tjeras, Gentili and Bago. The team with 4 is the Cycling District 5. So Cycling District have Pinto, Santos, Almeida and Rodriguez. The FemCycle Collab squad, the 5A squad, De Silva, Denise, Dobbins, Van der Acht and Falana. The team with 5, they have the numerical superiority, but will they have the power superiority to deliver on a course that requires great climbing as well as a big finishing kick? Category 5 underway. 2 race categories now have left the start here in Tel Marib on the Sunday Race Club in qualifier race number 2, and another good sized pack heading out onto the race route.
It is indeed. 35 riders on the start sheets in category 5 today. Really strong. And Rosa Herrera back in business. That is what we like to see. Welcome back to the Sunday Race Club, Rosa. We miss you when you are not here. Now, last week it was Kansara Jones who took the win from Skirska, Suribio, Van der Acht and Damnice. Rosa, on your screen at the moment, the woman who makes the best crocheted commentators in the world. In fact, she's got more skills than you need to know what to do with, because she's got phenomenal crafting skills, but she's also seriously good on a bike. And not just cycling esports, she's also seriously good on a mountain bike. I have seen pictures of her killer drops. What a woman. That's what I like to see. Riding, racing, loving her sport. Well, she's right on the front of this group at the moment. Helia Santos is there as well. Jacqueline Almeida in the mix. Femke Vanesen as well. The riders are rotating so quickly. I can't keep up with them, I tell you.
I thought they were quick last night down that snow slope.
They were so quick.
I did the maths. There was some serious disinformation being passed to the commentary box last night, I have to say, because the information that we had was 500 meters for the course. But that would have put the speed at 87.8 kilometers an hour.
I think it was a little bit over 500.
No, it couldn't have been a little bit over, because that would have then put the speed nearer 100 kilometers an hour for the dual slalom. It was about 176 meters. I did a double check on the course map to double check it on there. So very interesting to see how the racing played out. Our riders today will not be doing 80 kilometers an hour, but they won't be able to touch the speed of our riders down that snow slope. That is for sure. Jacqueline Almeida on the course at the moment, heading out on the way up and heading out off onto a race route. And Almeida looking very comfortable at the moment. So Almeida heading out onto race route, looking smooth, and at the moment nicely ensconced in this pack.
Yeah, and the progression of Jacqueline Almeida recently has been absolutely brilliant. Bridget Bremner also coming up into Category 5. She too is in this group at the 1.5 kilometre markers. They're nice and steady, rolling comfortably. Almeida, you can see, so we've got a zone bar underneath the map. Zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 gives you a really clear indication of the effort level of the individual rider we are in with. Amy Sudabayo, she is the rider highlighted at the moment. She's fluctuating a bit at the moment. She was sat in zone 1 and then realised she needed to put a little bit of a kick in, so it quickly went to zone 4, 5, and 6. Now back at zone 1, positioned in the group.
So position 1 in the group, Amy Sudabayo, always a strong rider, and I think for me, I think it's going to be interesting to see how Amy goes on with this race route here in Category 5 here today. Out of the saddle already, very much kicking on down here. And we're not that far from our sprint, are we? We've got the roundabout coming up. We're then going to go over the roundabout into that left-hand turn. It's a little tricky to get this right, I think, because I know they're physically not going over the roundabout. But what they are doing is it breaks up the rhythm a little bit, and then you've got this lack of view into the sprint, into the archway.
Well, and I also think, you know, the 2.5 kilometre marker, you're just really settling down into the race at the stop, and you're settling down into a nice position in the group. And then the sprint comes. Here we're seeing a push at the moment on the front from Aileen Francisca da Silva. Monica Falana is in the mix as well, and so is Emma Sonnerson. Emma Pinto also paying close attention. Love to see a double Emma in the group. But the group is still wide across the road, telling me that they're all doing a very similar pace. We've yet to see a big push on the front, and the banner is literally just around the corner.
Well, Emma Sonnerson just starting to wind this up on the front. We've just seen it go to 5, now 6, now 7 watts per kilo as the attack goes. Gentilis alongside her here. Sudabayo's going hard as well here. What can Sudabayo do? She's on to the front here. She's going to go underneath the banner. Kicked at the right time. Just ahead there. Candice Dobbins, you can see, really working hard to go through. But all the riders having to pick up the pace as they come into that sprint. Because if you don't, you're just left behind. You've got to, even though you're not contending the sprint, you've got to respond.
Yeah, and one of the riders that was really interesting to watch there, Katie Kansara Jones, coming up from Category 6 into... well, she's in this category. I mean, she took the win last week, but coming from the back of the group to the front.
So the results of, let's bring you very quickly the results. Sudabayo from Kansara Jones, from Pinto, from Sonnerson, from Gentili. They were your top 5 in Category 5. Category 4 are up and out of the pens already, as you can see. The time gaps meaning that Category 4 up and away. Now let's bring you the teams very quickly. We've got one team of 5. That's the Cycling District squad here with Freyas Manfron, Gewoods and Pluta and Haglin. More coffee required, Matt. The FEMSA Club 4A and 4B are here, both with 4 riders in. In the 4A squad, Young, Chu, Erevek, and Martinuski. In 4B, Giuliano, Miller, Andalou, and Mongeli.
Yeah, well, Category 4 rolling out of the pen. A huge race field today. 43 riders were on the start sheets first thing this morning. Sophie Mayenhout, the rider we are in with at the moment. She's right to the front of the group. Brooke Donoghue, Carolyn Manfrom, Monica Pluter, all in the mix. It was Mayenhout last week who took the win in Tokyo from Bruegel, Godwitz, Pamplona, and Al Ray. The rider that we are in with at the moment, Palmer Mongeli, just in the group. And you can see one or two riders just distance off the back of the group at the moment. Palmer Mongeli on your screen. Last week it was FemCycle Collab kit. This week it's MyWhoosh Championship kit. Nice little bag as well. Now that will come in handy racing in the summer.
A lot of people loving the bag, absolutely loving the bag. Yes, it's it. I was going to say there isn't a week goes by when we don't drop in with Palmer Mongeli, and there is something different in that pain cave. There is no 2 weeks are the same. I have to admit, I'm loving the mitts.
I know they're good, aren't they?
Yeah, just
nice length on the wrist as well.
Yes, just maybe a little bit of protection for your watch if you've got something like a Garmin or whatever that you have a habit of dropping on the floor.
Well, whilst Matt's bending over to pick his Garmin up after he's dropped it off the floor, the rest of us are keeping them on our wrists.
Well, that's kind of where they work best, I guess.
Yes, they're indeed. Martinuska, one of the riders in the mix here, Shannon Martinuska, Miriam Taylor and Randa Cahool all there. In fact, let's drop in with Shannon Martinuska at the moment. You can see her there on the bike. Look of concentration on the face, staying in the mix. She knows that the 2.5 kilometre marker, that first sprint is coming. And, well, anything could happen. Long range run, short, fast attack. Who knows how Category 4 are going to play this?
I think it's going to be very interesting to see, isn't it? I think because there is prize money up for grabs in the sprints, your sprinters are always looking at this. I mean, Seber Al Ray took away the overall sprint win the last week in Category 4. So could be one to watch. Marcin and Bruget as well, right in that battle for points. But Al Ray taking 15 points, 3 wins. That's impressive.
Yeah, Rebecca Johnson, the rider we are in with, just towards the back of the group. She's in there. Brianna Samuel is in there as well. Jackie Giuliano. Never a rider to discount Giuliano at all. Rebecca Johnson, one of the riders I love to follow on social media, I say, purely because she also not only races bikes, she rides and competes on horses.
Indeed, an equestrian rider.
She is, and it's fabulous to actually watch what she and her horses do and get up to over those jumps and those competitions. Well, Andalou now starting to push on the front. Natalia Andalou going long for the sprint. They still got the roundabout to contend with, and then the left-hand sweeping curve before they see the green sprint banner. But Manfron now opening it up at 8 watts per kilo behind. Donoghue is there, so is Suzanne Stenman. Miller pushing on, but I think that's a push to stay with the pace, not a push to contend the sprint. Manfron continuing the drive here to come onto the wheel of Natalia Andalou. She went long and she went early. She may well need to kick again with the pace that Caroline Manfron is coming at. She's going to run into the draft, and then that's going to benefit her as she kicks. What has Andalou got now? She's not got enough to respond to the pace that Manfron is carrying. Carrying the pace is what has done well for Caroline Manfron here. She is going to go underneath that banner in one. And Nick Bruget coming fast from behind. But Caroline Manfron will take the green skin suit in Category 4.
So in and through goes Manfron and dialing it on the way in to the sprint. There is Category 3. Wait to head out on to our race route. Manfron from Andalou going through, as Emma said, from Bruget, then Marcin and Young scoring the points, but very similar times, almost identical times, in fact.
To Category 5.
So let's see what Category 3 can do. They're our next team away. My goodness, we're already over the halfway point. We've now got 2/3 of our riders' race fields out from the race pens, and we have got 5 teams in competition with more than those quad 3 riders. We've got Cycling District 3. They've got 4 riders. They've got Lopes, Silva, Birand, and Simkin. Also with 4 riders, FemCycle Club 3A, Vinet, Vitler, Karolos, and Vojakova. The teams with 3 are the Femcycle Collab 3B, Rubel, Krasova, and Horner, along with the Femcycle Collab 3C squad, Yao, Van Rossum, and Ciesiolka. We've also got the Ryan 3 squad, which is Nyquist, McKay, and Brook.
Well, Katerina Krasova absolutely dialing it on the front, and a big push out of the pen. One rider in trouble already. Liliana Silva, the Sophie Ramett, Helen McKay, all now trying to close down. And this is a real balance going on here from the fast starters to those who wanted a steadier start, making sure they closed down those fast legs that flew out of that start pen today in Category 3. Emily Nyquist is here. We've got Camille Salgado on your screen at the moment. A lot of joy in the house. She's on the bike, she's pushing on, and she's nicely in the pack. Well, Salgado ensconced within the Category 3 pack, those blue jerseys neatly now all coming together. Restrepo is there, Kawazuska is there. Berard is in the mix, and so is Marion Wittler. So a good, strong pack of riders. Category 3 last week, it was Hybor from Edqvist, from Restrepo to Pavia and Corrales. It was a really strong finale. The top 7 riders separated by 2.5 seconds only at the line.
I think it's very interesting. I was just taking a little bit of a look at last week's sprint point scorers. 8 different riders scoring points last week in Category 3, with Corrales scoring 19 points, from Edqvist is 11, and then De Pavia with 6, Taconis with 5, Hybor with 4, McKay 3, Simkin with 2, and Barragan taking 1 point across the sprints last week. Remember, it's 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 point for the top 5 positions going through to get that overall prize. And as we move through, the prize money goes up. So, for example, Category 4, the prize money was $55 for the overall sprint win. In Category 3, it's $80 for the sprint win in Category 3. And that increases going up to Category 2 and Category 1 again. So Category 3 together, nice. It's a very tight bunch, actually, this at the moment. Nobody, I think, really wanting to pull it up too early, but we're approaching the point where we saw that attack from Manfrom last time. And that may well be where we're going to see that move out. You know, we saw Andalou go for it for relatively long as well. So are we going to see that? They need to choose their moment wisely, because you can get overhauled, and we've seen that.
Well, yeah, you can. Valentina Descendi's just worked her way up through the pack and onto the front of the group, and has settled at around 3.2 watts per kilo. It's making a little bit of a push on the rest of the pack, but we're going to drop in with a number of the riders. Van Rossum on your screen on the left, Salgado, Desenia, and Nyquist, all 4 of those Category 3 riders. As we line up with the final 400 metres to the sprint, well, that 400 metres has now become 3, and they are closing in.
They certainly are. Left-hand side of the roundabout here. Then we're going to come off. We can't take this exit. It's all barriered off just to make sure the riders stay on the right route. Going to take the next exit. Here we go. The wind-up is coming from Horner on the front. Your pace is picking up behind. Who's going to have the kick at the right time here? Just seeing the moose going over the top of the very front of this. It's going to be all about who can get the kick right at the moment. And just seeing that move by Silva going over the top. Desegna moving up in second place. Petkova also coming as well. McKay's at 12.5 watts per kilo. Can she move over the top fast enough? She's not going to do this. It's going to be Petkova who goes through. She had that power. She had the lead. She gets the gap. She's going to be rewarded with that green skin suit. So it's going to be Petkova who takes away the win there in the sprint from McKay in second, Segner in third, Edquist in fourth, and Carolus in 5th place this time around. Bertrand coming through for 6th. I mean, it was very, very close, that sprint.
It was indeed. 30 riders in that leading group in Category 3. We saw 1 or 2 riders get distanced at the start. But at the moment, we've got a situation where there's another rider off the back of the group. And this is one of the things you really have to watch. You might not want to contend the sprint, but you don't want to lose the group in the sprint. So Lisa Weinhardt now needing to close it down. She's pushing at 4 watts per kilo on the back of that group to attempt to close down and get back in. Now, if, well, the question is, are those her two teammates hanging off the back to give her a little bit of sliding room? Because that would be a great team tactic. If you lose a rider by a couple of seconds off the back, you create a long tail to the group to enhance the draft for your rider to get back on.
It's almost, excuse me, it's almost, I always like to put them very similar to breadcrumbs. They're out there temporarily in the old Hansel and Gretel sort of tale. They're breadcrumbs because they're only breadcrumbs. They're only there for a little bit of time before they're snaffled up. Because you can't wait out the back too long.
No.
You can't hang around too long, because if you do, you'll find yourself in big, big trouble, because basically you could be in that same position. We're seeing riders off the back here in category 6. The riders furthest down race route, they're at 13.8k, which means that they're pretty much halfway up the aquarium climb, almost exactly, before they get to the top of the aquarium climb, and that checkpoint for the first climb points coming at 15.4 kilometers. And this is where you need to be in the group. To use a very, very erudite phrase from Emma, it is treat every summit as a finish line.
Well, it's well.
It's true, and I actually heard it being used on the coverage of Liège-Bastogne-Liège from 2025 that I was watching. Treat every summit, every top of each climb as a finish line.
I wonder if they've been listening to the Sunday Race Club.
I don't know. You'll have to ask John Mould who was there. In fact, I'll ask John next time I see him.
Maybe he might. Well, at the moment we've got the Category 6 race on the left-hand side of your screen. Isabel Giraldo on the front of that at the 14.2 kilometre marker. Those riders are going to be hunting that polka dot skin suit shortly. On the right-hand side of your screen, it's the Category 5 group. Look how steady state they are here at the 10 kilometre marker. Now, interestingly, there's two groups on the road, one big group on the front and a small group of riders just off the back. But the Category 5 pack wide across the road. Look how wide that is. That's what I reckon, that's about 7 or 8 riders wide, which tells me they are rolling very steady. In fact, I'm not quite sure who we were in with, but they were Zone 1.
Zone 1. Oh my goodness. I'd love a bit of Zone 1. Don't do it enough. Well, definitely not. It's now, sorry.
Randa Cahool at the 7 kilometre marker off the back of the Category 4 race. She's just taken some fuel on board. She's in that MyWhoosh kit from the MyWhoosh Championships earlier on this summer. Last summer. It was the summer of 2025.
I know, it's got
the
time
years
flies.
Just fly by. But Cahool, you know, she's one of the riders who really does support MyWhoosh and the MyWhoosh racing. She's off the back of the group, but she's settled in comfortably now for the rest of the ride.
Yep, into that pace. And remembering, of course, our riders have to complete 2 Sunday race clubs, 2 qualifiers, before they are able to be in a team at the finals, which is the last Sunday in the month. Now, I'm going to give a quick heads up. We're going to do this repeatedly through the show today. Just a quick reminder to our riders, to our viewers as well, if you're watching, setting and putting the dates in your diary, the finals will be at a different time. Now, we don't know what that is yet, but finals will be at a different time.
Because they're during Ramadan.
Because it's during Ramadan. During Ramadan, obviously, we have to consider the welfare of the riders, who are going to be, those people who are observing Ramadan will be fasting. And as such, that means that we want to make sure that people have a chance to refuel, rehydrate, make sure that they're all ready to race. So the timings do change during that period. So that means that for the finals, there will be a different time zone. We don't know what that is, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know. It will be out and communicated to our riders before those finals. Now, let's go across Category 2. Next race field heading out on to the race start, because we've got a huge number of squads. We've got 5 teams with more than 3 or more riders in there. We've got 3 teams of 3, the Riot 2B squad, Russell, Litton and Reese. We've got the Cat 2 Outcasts, Stuart, Stayer and Briggs. We've got the Antipodean racing team of Schneider, Banerjee and Marb. 2 teams with 4, though. Them Cycle Collab 2, Lethbridge, Hackenen and Viner, along with Denton. And the Riot 2 squad looking to run Riot today will be Tracy, Real, Heber-Smith and Murray. Category 2 go off from the start pens. They're out and racing here. The penultimate race start has taken place. That means we're going to have one more group to go, but we're going to dive quickly in with category 6 here. We're on the aquarium climb.
And Angie Gaviria Arias is the rider pushing on off the front. She's ahead of Limbaga and Hoyas at the moment as she goes underneath that banner at the top of the aquarium climb and boom, puts on the polka dot skin suit.
She certainly does, flying through there. Very nicely done indeed, taking away the points at the top there of the standings on the climb. She goes in underneath the banner there. So the aquarium climb done for our category 6 leaders. Arias from...
Arias from Limbaga, from Navras, Hoyas, Heron and Lopes. 13 riders in the leading group in category 6 at the 15.4 kilometre marker.
So that is category 6, furthest down the road, or up the road, as it should probably be said, because they've gone over the top of the high point on this course, some 100 metres of elevation from sea level to get to that height. The category 2 riders, they've just come out from the pens. As you can see, we're still in that first kilometre. Roberta Bassoni, Megan Stevens, Holly Bergin on the front of this pack driving on at the moment. The time gap's minimal because the group are right behind. In fact, you can see them coming on to the back wheel here of Bassoni, of Stevens and Bergin. But this really is a course to push hard on early, because I think if you can put people in trouble, particularly anybody with a sprint, you can nullify somebody with a good kick on the run through to the first sprint, with that first sprint coming at 2.7k. So maybe it's just that opportunity to make life difficult. But if you're a good sprinter, in theory, you're going to be able to kick off the line and then recover and sprint again within 2.7k. It does depend on how fast the riders get there. The riders should, in theory, be getting there quicker and quicker as the categories move up. But as we saw earlier on, category 4, category 5, and to a large degree, category 6 basically comes through very similar times indeed as they came in through that checkpoint. Now, category 2, up and away. Emma, in terms of riders in category 2, category 2 has become so hard. I mean, it really has. It has that full pantheon of tactics from the race teams. It has riders who are absolutely, they're really on the sharp end. There's not a lot left that these riders can find, I suspect, to make them go quick. There's always a little something, but they are absolutely, they might not be Kate McCarthy fast, but they are very, very quick indeed. We're talking 1% down.
Well, Gonzalez Rua, very, very quick rider and racer. She's chasing Brittany Litton. Brittany Litton has been putting in some phenomenal sprints recently. She absolutely has been dialing it. And she's off the front at the moment. They're going to take the corner into the roundabout. This is a long run out for Litton. Gonzalez Rua chasing hard. Anna Svanström, another strong sprinter from Sweden. Katrin Nielsen, she's been packing those sprints as well. So has Anna Embring. But Svanström now absolutely dialing this from behind. But Litton has gone long. Litton has gone out. She's lit the touch paper. She's got a hold on now to that green banner. She's going to sight it very, very quickly. I don't know whether Gonzalez Rua has got another gear behind or Anna Svanström, but Litton has lit the touch paper. She's gone out early and she's going to go underneath that banner in one Montgomery, but Sony, Denton and Gonzalez Rua cannot touch Litton today. She puts on the green skin suit.
Certainly does, and in doing so actually equals the point score from last week in the sprint competition. She took 5 points last week in that sprint competition. This time around takes away 5 points in the first sprint going through. Let's move on to category 1, because very quickly we're on to our very last race category to leave the pens. It's category 1, our elite riders. 6 teams here today, 2 teams of 3, and that is the Fem Cycle Club 1B and Supernova. Fagner, Goslander and Eck for Fem Cycle Club 1B. The Supernova squad filled Giovanni and Penna. 3 teams of 4, Sweat Sensations, Guerra, Fua, Bruni and Meyer. Also the Fem Cycle Club Endorphins squad, and that is Alberg, Gallegos, Tomasi and Koisten, and Ablock International with Korchinski, Hermansen, McCarthy and Soderstrom. But as category 1 leaves the pens, it is the Fem Cycle Club 1A squad with strength in depth, because they have got the most riders. It's Bridget Kittle Elizabeth Van Heulen, Joanna Tidham, Marlene Bjarhead, and Nellie Larson representing the Femcycle Club 1A squad. 3 riders from Sweden, 1 from New Zealand, and 1 from the United States of America. A pan-global squad there.
Well, Pan Global, they are indeed. The entire field is. And take a look at the size of that Category 1 race field. Bridget Kiddle on your screen in those New Zealand shorts at the moment. And she's not the only rider from New Zealand in the mix. The world champion in those stripes is as well. But both of those riders representing their country at the World Championships this year, well, last year in Abu Dhabi. I must keep remembering that we're in 2026 now. 32 riders on the start sheets in Category 1, and they are here in force. Kristen Kolczynski, Merle Bruni, Alexi Snova is here as well. Elise Gallegos, Lisa Manson, Jennifer Gothlander, Joanna Cowman. They are all on the start line. They are all rolling out. Now, last week we were treated to a McCarthy Guerra sprint fest at the end of that course in Tokyo. Alba, Gallegos and Tomasi rounded out the top 5. It was absolutely cracking. I do just want to say congratulations to Kate McCarthy for making the podium in the New Zealand Elite Women's Road Race yet again for the 6th time.
And did I read that correctly on social media that she did that basically based on what she's done in training for cycling esports, basically racing and riding on MyWhoosh, plus only a few club road races? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's
it is indeed. I know,
great.
it is amazing.
It's brilliant.
But also, one of the other riders I do want to pull out from New Zealand, Charlotte Lucas. We saw her, she raced the Criterium Championships this year. She didn't take the win. She was the defending champion going in. She too is a Category 1 rider here. She also rode that road race and finished in 6th place. She was in the lead group with McCarthy.
Oh, that's just the moment you say in the lead group with McCarthy, my legs hurt. They do.
Well, I think their legs
they
hurt
do.
because if you've looked at the profile, McCarthy has indeed put the information on her Strava feed. And if you look at the profile of the course, it was laps with a really sharp climb each time.
Oh, I'll have to have a look on Strava.
It was, yeah. Well, the Category 1 riders wide across the road at the moment, and McCarthy, the rider we are in with. But Karamani is in the mix, one of the riders from the UK who's recently come up into Category 1. So it's great to have the new riders coming through and in. Joanna Cowman, one of those recent riders arriving in Category 1 as well. So the strength in Category 2 is really lifting the level and swelling the ranks of Category 1.
Now, I just want to go back to something you said earlier on, that we were treated to a sprint fest at the very end of the race in the race last week between McCarthy and Guerra. Interestingly, McCarthy actually took the sprint win with 11 points, but it was a real mix of riders, 11 different riders scoring points in the sprint competition last week. McCarthy taking the win from Soderstrom, from Guerra overall. They were your top 3 in the sprint competition overall, but of course that's not the overall race for the finish line.
No, but talking about the sprints, because we're 400 metres out now, we've got Tomasi, Gothlander, Guerra, Meyer and Fua on our screen at the moment. Jennifer Gothlander, we know, has got a serious turn of pace on her, and she's one of the riders who really loves the sprints. Nicole Meyer just getting ready for the lift of pace, taking a warm-up jersey off. Love that, as Gothlander up and out the saddle, and here we go. You can see the cadence now coming from Jennifer Gothlander. I've just seen 15 watts per kilo. That is some big power kick. Jennifer Gothlander, they say train your weaknesses, race your strengths, but I think Gothlander trains her strengths as well, because the power coming from those pedals just keeps increasing week on week. Alexi Snova, the rider from the USA, trying to give chase, but it's going to be Gothlander who's going to go under this banner in 1. McCarthy, Alba, Guerra, Kalman all coming behind in the group, but Gothlander sits back down and recovers as she goes under the line. What a turn of pace she's got.
15 watts per kilo, nice kick on the way out there. It's really set that win up, taking away the win in Category 1. You can see each of our winners of that checkpoint prize. Gothlander in Category 1, Litton in Category 2, Pekakova in Category 3, Manfron Category 4, Sudabayo Category 5, and Category 6 is Jessica Hamilton.
But look at the steady state of that Category 1 race. Roughly the same time as Category 4 to that early 2.5 kilometre marker. So rather than the pace and the drive we saw on the front of some of the earlier starting groups, very, very steady state for Category 1.
And that's why when we see Jennifer Gothlander explode at 15 watts per kilo, she opened up such a big gap. Had they been moving faster, that 15 watts per kilo kick wouldn't have been quite so difficult to answer, I think, on the way through. Interesting to see Soderstrom and Meyer started to pick up the pace. This has become a little bit of a regular tactic as we're going to dive across very, very quickly because we've just seen Category 6 go over the top of the second of our climb. That's the Leeward Desert climb. Arias leading them through from Ultroj, followed by Lopes, Limbaga, Timmons Cohen, taking the last of those points scores. 12 riders in the group at the moment going over the top together. Now, am I right in thinking that was 13? It's now down to 12.
Yeah, so at the top of the aquarium climb, it was 13 riders in the leading group in the Category 6 race, 12 riders at the top of the Leeward Desert climb. So just one rider off the back of the bunch. But what I can say is that bunch at the front is split into two distinct groups, and it's going to be interesting to see whether they come back together. It's a fractional split, but wow, and that is going over the top of the climb. That really does, it exaggerates the gap.
Couldn't agree more.
Well, talking about a gap, Soderstrom and Meyer have indeed done the business. Meyer took that warm-up jersey off and then got down to action. The rider from the USA going clear with Mika Soderstrom, the rider from Sweden. Now, these two riders pushing on. They're 8 seconds clear of the group behind. Now, Mika Soderstrom has led the charge before early in a race for the breakaway. But this course today is a bit different because the nature of the climbs until we get to that finish, well, I wouldn't want to let them go.
I think it's really interesting because of the parkour that we have between the Aldal Sprint HQ and that big climb, because we've got a really bumpy rolling section. It's a bit FRB from the top of Columbia, that flat rolling bumpy, because it does a bit of everything. It is quite literally flat rolling and bumpy over the top. I think it's going to be very interesting to see the reaction. I was watching Gabby Guerra actually when the sprint went, when Gothlander put a sprint in. There was zero reaction. Gabby Guerra, I don't think even blinked at that moment. Never mind responded to Gothlander. And Guerra's normally one who's aggressive and looking to be in the mix everywhere. It didn't happen. She very much was aware, let that play out. Let's wait for later. And if they do wait for later, then they're going to find themselves in trouble. You just see Catherine Fua here, very aware that that's a 15-second gap at the moment. And Fua on the same team as Guerra and Bruni, but Meyer, her teammate, is up the road here. So very interesting to see what, maybe they're just looking at, well, you've got Mika Soderstrom and you don't want to let Soderstrom go too far. But Soderstrom's being marked by Meyer.
Well, there's also that point that once you get to the 15-second marker, actually, you sit back, you sit up, and you hold the group back until the gap is clear. They're at 17 seconds. The gap is clear. They're now at 20 seconds. It's not a problem, I don't think, for Fua to be on the front and just lifting the pace slightly. The gap has been established. And at this point in time, the way the pack are rolling in Category 1, no one is going to help bring that group back.
And you can see the pace has come back off again. And I'm sure when we see that time gap again, it'll go up to 20,
so I think
25
Fua's
seconds.
testing them.
Yeah, seeing if somebody's willing to go take up the chase. And that is that little bit of a lift, see who responds. A lot of the time, it's one of those key things, isn't it? It's not who moves, it's who moves with them.
Yes, and actually what she's done is a little bit of an investigation work. She's realised that nobody else...
It's a good phrase.
Nobody wants to chase.
No.
Because they would have responded to that push.
They would have gone with that, yeah. Yeah, totally.
Well, talking about responding to pushes, Category 5 are on that Liwa Desert climb. And take a look at the top right-hand corner of the screen. We've got a group of 10 riders clear at the moment with a gap back to what looks like pretty much the rest of the Category 5 race field. Emma Sonnerson, Brooke Samuel, Katie Kansara-Jones, Annalyn Tejeros, Isabel Alzat, Amy Sudabayo, Femke Vassanen is there, Maria Wilhelm in the group, Anta Damnice is there, Karen van der Rat, okay, make it 13, Marita Izocalio is in the group as well, 13 riders and the leading group in Category 5. Samuel Herrera and Sudibayo on your screens at the moment, pushing on and pushing on strongly. Rosa Herrera is the rider in the polka dot skin suit, which tells me she took the aquarium climb in this category. She's the rider right in the centre of your screen.
It was Herrera from Kansara, Jones from Sudibayo, Vason, and then Fred Home, followed by Brooke Samuel, Alza, and Direct. But the point scorers, Herrera, Kansara, Jones, Sudibayo, Vason, and Fred Home. They're the riders who'll be looking to score points here, because remember, this overall can be decided by these points at the moment. Kansara, Jones at the moment accelerating up here. Remember, Herrera was leading. She took the first set of points here. She's got to respond to this. She wants to hold on to that polka dot skin suit, and that's going to be the move. But look at Amy Sudabayo at the moment. The face on Sudabayo saying this is not easy at all. And this is a rider who we know has got some serious speed in those legs. The leaders just starting to stretch their legs in this group, but they've got some way to go. It levels off here. And this is the jelly legs moment. When you go up the climb, you then come to the top. If you're not a cyclist, you want to know what it feels like, run up, do this if you're medically fit, obviously, run up a set of stairs, and then go across a flat landing and then run up the next set. And when you run across that flat landing, you'll get to the top of the first set and your legs will turn to jelly if you're not careful. Then you go up the next one. And that's what happens here. It jellies, and then you go straight up again, and another kick coming up. And this kick is the kick to the line. This is going to be key.
But what it also does, the flat section, is allow the draft to get strong again, and for gaps to close down, and for the group to concertina back together. Rosa Herrera right on the front of the group, but she's not out in the wind. She's looking for that draft, and she's just moved perfectly back to the 3 chevrons and that green number. That gives her the draft in this section. And at the moment, before the gradient really kicks with the pace from the flat, the draft is strong.
And then you can use that draft as a lack of resistance to really move through the group, to drive through with a lesser resistance against you in terms of wind speed. Herrera moving
nice
up
tactical
now.
Move.
She's on the way. What can she do here? She needs to get as many points as she can. They're still not in towards that banner. It's the polka dot banner we're looking for. Van der Agt is up in the mix. So is Sonnerstrom here. So is Samuel. So is Fred Home. So is Fasten. So we've got point scorers who scored in the very first of our climbs up the aquarium climb in the mix. This is going to come down in terms of the overall to how fast this running is taken in towards the line. It's going to be key here. We're coming in towards this right-hand turn, and look at this. The gap has gone, and it means we're going to see a big point score here. Who wants this the most? Brooke Samuel goes over the top. She's going to take the checkpoint and the 5 points. It comes down to the sprint behind for who is going to score the maximum points overall in the climbs competition. Remember, these are the only 2 point scores. Herrera comes through, and he's wearing the polka dot skin suit. She's done enough at the moment because that is going to be very interesting, those results. Emma, have you got the results as to go over the line?
Yeah, I do. So Brooke Samuels took it from Emma Sonnerson, Ida Fredholm, Karen van der Agt, and Femke Vassen. I'm just looking to see where Rosa Herrera came through. She came through out of the points, but she took the points on the aquarium climb, didn't she?
She did. So she has 5, and we also have 5 points for Brooke Samuel, but then it's about where they were behind.
Well, I'm just taking a little look last time round. I think Amy Sudabayo and Femke Bassen and Ida Fredholm all picked up points last time. So we'll see the computer do a little calculation when we jump back in. Well, Nicole Mayer and Mika Soderstrom, we jump back in with them in category 1, and the gap now at 35 seconds. They're at the 9.1 kilometre mark, so they're on a small rise at the moment before the descent into the aquarium climb. The pace is really strong with those 2 out front. They really are time trialing and working together. Phil are leading the charge behind with Hermansen, Karamani, Alberg and Penner. But the pack, look how wide across the road the category 1 pack is on the right-hand side.
It's just They're doing exactly what I would do this stage. Sit in the group, minimize the amount of matches that you burn, minimize the amount of power that you put down. When you're responding to things, respond steadily, so you're not kicking into the red. You're not really forcing yourself to push that heart rate to make it spike suddenly. It's that slow response every time the pace lifts, rather than big kick out, which really, really does burn up energy. It really does take its toll. That gap at 30 seconds at the moment, I mean, that is a good size gap. I think that could go much bigger.
Well, we're going to see, and we're going to see very shortly. Camilla Ahlberg on the front of the pack behind, but the pace not strong. Only at around Tomasi sums through, but drops straight back from 3.5 to 2.5 watts per kilo. So they're literally zone 1, zone 2 behind. They are waiting till the latter part of this race to really light the fire underneath the pack in Category 1. But Suzanne Stenman and Camilla Miller are driving here in Category 4. They're at the 21.1 kilometre marker. They've got around 350 metres until they see the polka dot banner at the top of the Leeward Desert climb. Miller on your screen, and you can see, I'm just checking there, that's looking like a little bit of snow out of the window. But
it does, doesn't it?
Miller and Manfron, Ting Lu is there as well, Anouk Bruget in the mix, but this Category 4 pack chasing hard.
So it was Stedman last time on the Aquarium climb, from Montoya, from Pluta, from Manfron, and from Pamplona. They're the point scorers so far in this climbs competition on climb 1. This is climb number 2. Manfron leading this up at the moment. She scored 2 points last time around. She's going to add 5 to that total. That'll give her 7. Montoya's going to come behind. She's going to take 4 points. That's going to put her up to 8 points overall. And that's what's given her that skin suit. You can just see that came down to literally 1 point in that. Because it was the consistency of Montoya that has taken that jersey on the way through, scoring those 4 points twice, getting 8 points in total, just enough.
Yeah, and the leading group in Category 4 at that point in the race, 15 riders still in the group from those 43 riders that were on the start sheets today. It's been a strong race here in Category 4, and coming up to the 22 kilometre marker, they've got a long flat run now until that final kick. So I would expect that group to stay together until the last, around 700 metres.
Oh, yes.
Stating it large.
I have to say, the only possible thing that might change that is when you go through the Leeward sprint, which is our penultimate sprint, and it's about 25.5 kilometers in. It's a headwind sprint, but it's then followed by what is effectively a tailwind and slight tailwind little bump and climb. So if you didn't necessarily contest the sprint, but you went with the riders, but then as the sprint eased back, you went on the attack, you have that potential trigger point to go clear. But then you've got a time trial in what is a sidewind or a headwind all the way to the finish. So it might trigger some moves, it might shed riders, but I don't think it's going to be enough when we go through the Leeward Desert Sprint. At the moment, enough is going to be the question. 45 seconds now, the gap for Mayer and Soderstrom to Guerra and McCarthy. Brilliant riding here by Nicole Mayer and Mika Soderstrom. 2 breakaway riders really stretching their legs out here. This is fantastic to see. They've gone on the offensive early. They're continuing to push, and behind you can see the riders now thinking we need to start closing this down. Guerra, Ahlberg and McCarthy at 7 watts per kilo. Then a little bit of a gap back to Bruni, to Kaczynski, to Tomasi, Van Heuling and Gallegos. The panic stations button has been hit. The sirens have sounded. They know that they need to do something about this gap. 45 seconds it reached, but now the pressure is on. The chase is on. This is now the moment where we are seeing the real big overall contenders decide it's time to make that move. It's time to think about stretching the legs out on that little bit of a rise. They've got another kicker to come. They have brought that gap down, I'm sure, a little, but is it enough? And that's the question. What's that time gap going to be sitting at? It was sitting at 45. I think it's at 34 seconds now. So they've taken 10 seconds off the gap there. Just in a moment of acceleration, that's what you get. But then if this eases too much, it's not going to keep coming back. But you can see it's lifted again here. We're on this rise. We're on this climb, and that is going to be enough. We're on to this big push. Camilla Arberg out of the saddle. She's looking very, I'm going to use the word bouncy and springy today.
Bouncy, I tell you,
she really is.
She's been racing really fresh this month. It's been fabulous to watch. She's literally been, one of those riders who has been in control of the peloton on the Sunday Race Club recently. It's been absolutely brilliant to see that performance in the final in January has really just given her another level of confidence here, and she is mixing it up with everybody.
Just bouncing on the saddle, stamping on those pedals, just really springing around there. Big smile, sucking in the oxygen, just going, yeah, this is what I want to happen. This is where we're at. I'm really going. And just great to see that the mix of riders now, people mixing it up in this group.
Yeah, and this group now wanting to split, and that's what they've been doing. So we can see very clearly now a group of riders off the back. So job number one done for this group. Bridget Kiddle up and out the saddle. She's in the mix here. In fact, she's right on the back of the group. She's in trouble. Penna Karamani, Lucas and Velt not able to stay with the pace here. They too are now starting to get distance, and you can see two clear groups now starting to form on the Aquarium climb. You need to be on the right side of the split, because this split is going to be instrumental when they go up and over the top of the Aquarium climb. And we're going to see a group of 14 riders go clear. Kiddle, Giovanni, Larson need to stay in the wheels, because Lucas, Penna, Karamani and Velt on the other side leading group number two.
I tell you something, they're really starting to close down the front of the race in Category 2. They've suddenly picked up this pace with this attack. The leaders at the very front stretching in Category 1, really opening up the gap. The response coming in chase, in pursuit. The gap now at 30 seconds. Alberg, Guerra, Fua, McCarthy, Tomasi, Bruni, Kulczynski. It really is a revolving door on this front group as they keep on putting the pressure on those pedals, keeping that chain tight. They're going to come around this right-hand turn. This is Tomasi territory in those MyWhoosh shorts there. Out of the saddle, kicking down on those pedals, just dancing on those pedals, really making sure that she keeps in position here, staying with this group. Alberg at the moment really putting the pressure on the front here. Guerra and McCarthy responding each and every time. Tomasi able to go with them each time they go. Tomasi's quickly into that mix. We're almost seeing a 4 and a 5 starting to form. The speed of response, rather than necessarily the actual position, speed of response really, really key here. I think when we see this response, this move to try and close back down the leaders, though, with a gap, we've got to get, though, it's fair way up. 15.4k is the checkpoint. So we've still got 900 meters or so for our leaders to go to get to that point. And they're 300 meters or so in front of the chasing group behind. And the chasing group have dropped the rest of the bunch.
Yeah, they have indeed. Mayer and Soderstrom still off the front by around 34 seconds. Alberg, Bruni, Tomasi, Guerra, Kulczynski, all in the 9-rider chasing group. And at the moment, Alberg's digging again on the front of that pack, And it's interesting because this is where the teams come into play. Mika Soderstrom out in the front. So Kulczynski, Hermansen, McCarthy. Kulczynski and McCarthy in that lead group. They don't want to be doing the work. Neither really does Guerra, Fua or Bruni because their teammate Mayer is down the road. But at the moment, the gap pretty much, well, I was going to say it's holding, but it's slowly coming down. Soderstrom and Mayer are going to be able to sight that banner very, very shortly. Tomasi now goes on to the front behind. Big drive at 7.98 watts per kilo from Tomasi.
So we've seen the kick here from Soderstrom to go take the checkpoint. Just dropping Mayer here a little, going over the top, coming in. Would you in this position be kicking on? I mean, you've got this big long descent down. It's 7.4k and it's basically all downhill till we hit the start of the Leeward Desert climb. 7k plus downhill. would you sit up? Would you be waiting for that group? Would you just be resting? Or would you keep pushing all the way down the downhill descent?
Oh, I'd keep pushing to get back onto the wheel of Mika Soderstrom, because Soderstrom is going to go underneath the banner and pick up the points in the climbing competition. But Soderstrom and Meyer need each other at the moment if they want to stay clear. If they're happy to go back into the group, well, that's a very different matter. But at the moment, I would want both of those riders, even though, you're going to be able to take some of the draft from each other. So there is benefit being together, but it's now a 10-second gap between those two riders, and they're on the descent. Soderstrom into what I'm assuming is a super tuck, because she's at 0 watts per kilo. Maya still continuing to hold that time trial pace. She's trying to manage that gap. The question now is, what do Guerra, Bruni, Fua and Tomasi do? Behind, that's going to be an interesting move. Mika Soderstrom, there you go, you can see leading through category 1, 24 minutes, 16 seconds at that point. Katrin Nielsen led through category 2. We've not seen much of category 2 at all yet today. That's going to be interesting. Diana Corrales led through category 3. Suzanne Stenman, category 4, Rosa Herrera, category 5, and Angie Gaviria Arreyes led through category 6.
And as they came over the top in category 1, it was Soderstrom, Meyer, Tomasi, McCarthy, and Guerra, the point scorers, as they came over the top of the first climb. 7K descent, and then they're going to be heading to exactly where category 2 are. In fact, Emma's wish is the production team's command some days, by the sounds of it. I don't know. It's amazing. Genie in a bottle and all that, and get what you wish for. Here we go. On to the climb. We can see category 2 onto that climb. Now, as they came up the aquarium climb, category 2 were led through by Katrin Nielsen, as we just saw. She took 5 points. Elisa Haag took 4 points in second. Rachel Brown took 3 points in third. We got 2 points for Roach in fourth and 1 point for Svarstrom in fifth place. So those are the point scorers: Nielsen, Haag, Brown, Roach, and Svarstrom with 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. But it's no guarantees, given the quality of riders and the kick that these riders have in this group, that they are going to be the same point score as we come up to the top. Rachel Brown in position, holding third place, but Banerjee's in there as well. She was 7th in that last climb. Kolkowitz is here, 9th in the first climb that we came over. Carrie Stewart is in the mix here. Bergen is in there. Bergen just missing out on the points, took 6th place going over the top of the climb last time. We're going to dive quickly back across to our next sprint. This is at the 29.9K marker. This is the last sprint, the Telmarib sprint, being taken by Amy Sudabayo. Sudabayo taking away the sprint win overall with that. So job done in terms of the sprint competition. One more checkpoint. That's the finish for Sudabayo. We'll see whether she's going to get to that point in the lead. Category 5. The second category out onto the road, go through the final sprint checkpoint. 33.7K. You can see category 6 already heading in towards our finish very shortly. Remember, we finish at 34.7K. So they are currently making the way in towards the base of the big kicker for the top of the climb. The Leeward Desert Leeward Desert climb checkpoint. Brown at the moment on the front, going around in towards that right-hand turn. Soderstrom, top left-hand side of your screen, on her way down the descent. Now, left-hand side of your screen, category 6. This is the run for the line. It is 700 meters from the base to the top, pretty much. This is the run in, making the way up here. This is the kick. This is going to be key. Who's going to take this? As they come in, our climb leader, Arias, currently sitting 4th wheel. But we know, we've seen this before. This is so steep, 12.5% at the moment. And it's consistently hard all the way to the line that comes up to the top of the dune here. This massive ascent are going to test these riders. It is a slight tailwind from the left-hand side. At the moment, Altroge, the rider, leading out on the front here. 4-second gap to Lopes, but that could disappear in the blink of an eye as they make the way up. You can see how much height is gained. The road sweeping in to the base of this climb behind. That long, steady curve coming around onto the ramp to go up over the dune here on the Telmarib course here on MyWhoosh on qualifier race number 2. And the gaps are coming down. Lopes, Limbago, and Giraldo are closing down Arias are just a little out of it at the moment, but it's not all over for Arias or for Jones at the moment. I think Timmins Curran in 7th place. That gap will be too big, but this is the kick now. Loeb starting to move on the side here. Goes at 3.7 watts per kilo. Goes over the top of our Trojan, over on the white line there, giving no draft whatsoever. There's not a lot of draft when you're going at 9k an hour. I tell you, I would be taking every little bit I could, and that's what Lopes is stopping by going all the way to the left-hand side. Lopes, Giraldo, Atroge, 34.3k. There's 400 meters, and they are all going to hurt, every single meter of it. Left-hand side, Category 6, heading for the finish. Right-hand side, Category 5. Fred Home, the leader at the moment by 3 seconds, but as we've already seen, that is not a big enough gap coming into this big climb to the finish. So Category 5 at the moment, approaching the big finish climb here. And Biggie's relative, 700 meters, not a long way. It is when you're going up a slope of this magnitude, 13.2% the gradient now for the Category 6 leaders, Giraldo and Lopes, with a little bit of a gap back now to Atroge, the rider behind. This is going to be brutal, these last meters. The banner is in front of them. Atroge's starting to come back at them as well. So the two leaders now need to keep on digging. We've got 3 riders clear at the front. Limbago in 4th, who's at 9 seconds. Jones at 12. Arias at 17, now 18 seconds. Lopes on the white lines, out of the saddle, dancing on those pedals. A seated effort here from Giraldo and Atroge looking to keep it smooth. They're on the right-hand side of the course here. Now Atroge now coming up onto the wheel. Lopes is leading this out as Lopes got enough in the tank. She's 2 seconds clear. She's keeping the pressure on. This climb is going to feel like the Alpe d'Huez. They're going to feel like they came onto this climb halfway through the race at the moment. But my goodness me, they've still got distance to go. Atroge starting to come back. She's gone over. Giraldo now. Has Lopes done too much too soon? We've seen a fade and a comeback now coming from Atroge. Coming up here, Carla Atroge goes into the lead. Can Lopes now respond? Lopes has got to kick again. She's got to find something. This is the sprint for the line. The power's going up. They are absolutely on the limit, though. They've dropped to 4. They get back out of the saddle. Lopes is trying to respond to Atroge. This is going to be the kick to the line. It's qualifier race number 2. It's Category 6, and it's going to be a win for Carla Atroge, who goes over the line ahead of Susanna Lopes in 2nd. It's going to be Isabella Giraldo who's going to take away 3rd. Limbago should be through for 4th, with Jones in 5th. What a finish. What a climb. How anybody is pedaling at the end of this race and over the line, I have absolutely no idea. There's going to be all kinds of lactic acid kicking about the system, trying to stop those legs from working.
Trying to spin those legs out. What a race, right the way down to the wire. What pacing on that climb. 13%. I'll tell you something, they must have felt like that climb was never ending, and that banner, whilst you could see it, was never going to arrive. Well, Category 5 are going to be the next group coming in, and Wilhelm, Fredholm, Samuel, Izzo Kallio, Kansara Jones, Rosa Herrera, all in that leading group. It's a big leading group in Category 5. 13 riders are going to run into the base of that climb, and then, well, boom, I think is what's going to happen. Category 4, Kimberly Miller has gone for a long push here. She's clear from around 7 seconds of the group behind, and she's really trying to give herself a run into the base. Very different tactics from Miller, and great to see her trying something different.
And it gives you that room, it gives you that space. Come on, Kimberly. Time to keep digging here. You've gone for this. You're committed to it. Make it work now. You've got the gap. You've got to just sit on that pressure. Keep that pace high. Make them work behind. Take some of the sting out of those riders' legs behind as well. Nice kick here. Keep it on pushing. You can see that pace going down. Let's give you a very quick roundup of Category 6 overall. Atroge taking away the win from Lopes in 2nd, Giraldo in 3rd, Limbago in 4th, and Jones in 5th, as we said. Arias taking away the polka dot skin suit as the climb's winner, and Timmins Cohen taking away the green skin suit as our sprint winner overall. 10 riders in over the line so far in Category 6, being chased by Category 5 to the line and Category 4. And this is a brave move by Miller, still holding position as we dive across to Category 1. They are making their way along at the moment here along the base of this section. It's very interesting, isn't it?
Mayer's back into the bunch. Soderstrom, you can see her just out front in that polka dot skin suit. The gap now at 4 seconds. Camilla Ahlberg right to the fore now in that super tuck position. But Tomasi and Guerra, patience sometimes pays off.
And they've closed down on the second of our climb segments there, onto the checkpoint up at the top of the Leeward Desert climb. So the polka dot skin suit confirmed with Mika Soderstrom. She's going to be the rider who's taking that away at the front of the race. 3 seconds at the moment for Soderstrom, but she took the checkpoint going in over the top of the Aquarium climb and then going over the top of the Leeward Desert climb, also taking maximum points. Mayer taking second on that one as well. So 10 points for Soderstrom, 8 for Mayer, meaning that they are clear of everybody else but the jersey. Skin suit in polka dots going to Soderstrom, who showed no signs of capitulating at the moment.
No, which is great. We're about to see 7 riders come together in that Category 1 group. Well, we're just going to drop back with Category 5 because they're the next riders who are going to come towards the finish line. They have around 350 metres of this climb to go. It's at 13% under their wheels, and this is a strong group of 4 on the front here. They're starting to establish a gap over Kansara Jones and Brooke Samuel, who are behind. Van der Acht is with that group as well, and they're still riding strongly behind, but Tejeros, Sonesson, Herrero, these riders are pushing on, but it's Annalyn Tejeros who's on the front of the group. Femke Vassen is with them too. I think this group are coming back behind, however. You've got to pace this climb, and you've got to get the pacing right. It is so steep.
It's so deceptive though, because you've got this, because we're on such a steep section, 13%, the physical distance, you feel like you could reach out and grasp the rider in front. If you were Brooke Samuel or Rosa Herrera in sort of 4th or 5th place here, you're sort of thinking, I can go up here. I can reach out and touch to Tejeros. It's not far, but actually the time gap's quite big because everybody's battling. The group behind them, you're dead right, coming into the back of there, just carrying that momentum. The only place where being on the front matters here is literally at the line. Even a metre before, 1 bike length before hitting the finishing line is not enough. You've got to be there all the way, and you've got to push right through that line. You can't hesitate, can you?
No, you can't. And one of the things you also can't do is go too hard too early, because you won't have the legs for the finish. And that's what's happened. And that's why this group have been able to get back. Emma Sonesson, Karen van der Acht, Brooke Samuel, all here. Femke Vassinen, Annalyn Tejeros, and Rosa Herrera in polka dots. The banner is coming.
It certainly is. It's Femke Vassen of the Netherlands at the moment leading this out. She's got the gap to Tejeros. Tejeros is trying to answer Category 5. Approach the line on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club on Qualifier race at number 2 here at Tel Marib. And it's going to be close. Herrera pushes, but it's going to be Femke Vassen who takes away the win here today. The polka dot skin suit will go to Herrera. What a finish as they come in over the line there. Femke Vassen coming through just ahead of Herrera, 0.301 of a second. Sonesson comes through in 3rd. Tejeros in 4th. Brooke Samuel in 5th. Van der Acht in 6th. Kansara Jones in 7th. It's a Calio in 8th and Fredholm in 9th place, with the top 10 being rounded out by Maria Wilhelm.
Yeah, what a move. Absolutely brilliant racing. And it really is. Well, we say there's a sting in the tail. It is a strong sting today.
It certainly is, and that sting, the Scorpion, has indeed stung Kimberly Miller. Miller had gone out early, but that's a big push means she's just inside the top 10 here, because Caroline Manfron has decided now is the time to really dig in deep here. She's got the sprinter's jersey. She's using that sprint power. She's being chased by Freies, by Grosser, along with Pluto, Pamplona and Hyde, with Miller just inside 10 seconds of the race leader. But this race lead surely now is going to translate into a race win in Category 4 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club Qualifier race number 2. Caroline Manfron on a rich vein of form. She's mining it to perfection. It's going to be gold today for Manfron. Takes away that yellow jersey. Pluto comes through in second position as they come in over the line with Fries in place. Vossa goes over the line in fourth position. In Category 4, it's going to be fifth place for Pamplona, sixth for Hyde, seventh for Miller after that brave move off the front. The climbers competition jersey going to Montoya in eighth, Ting Lu in ninth, and Suzanne Stedman in 10th place.
Well, the Category 2 pack, we've not seen much of them, but a big pack rolling at the front of the group. Well, Katarzyna Wellner all off the front of that pack as they're running towards the final sprint of the day, the Telmarib sprint at the 30-kilometre marker. They're 500 metres out. Melaine Proust, Cornelia Engstrom, Rachel Brown, Carrie Stewart, Roberta Bassoni, Rhiannon Denton, all in the group behind, but they're 14 seconds back. Now, last week it was a huge sprint in Category 2. The top 13 riders were separated by 3 seconds. It went to Lundin, Roach, Kolkowitz, Bergin, and Nielsen. They were the top 5, and I think here Katarzyna Wellner is trying her hardest not to have a 13-up sprint today. Katrin Nielsen is having none of it. She's in the polka dots because she's taken the 2 climbs. Anna Svardström in the green skin suit. She's currently leading the sprint competition. She will want maximum points that she can pick up. Wellner is driving for that banner, but they've closed the gap down now to 3 seconds, while Anna Svardström and Katrin Nielsen have. Those 3 riders are going to go underneath the banner. Wellner, Svardström, Nielsen, Otto and Proust are chasing from behind. So 3 seconds it was to Wellner. That gap is now closing. It's 3 seconds back to the chase group. I'm going to assume that gap is going to close as well. And what we're going to see is all of that group come back together. And a big group it is. 22 riders. Well, if you don't want a 13-up sprint, take more riders with you.
Yeah, why not? It's just because it wasn't big enough already. Just going to give you a little bit of news out from Category 1. I've just taken a quick check of. Last we saw Soderstrom was clear at the front of that Category 1 race with a little bit of a gap to the chasing group. She's been reabsorbed into the group. Maya Bruni, Tomasi McCarthy, and Guerra, along with Soderstrom, all together at that point in time out on race route as they came through the penultimate sprint, and that is the Liwa sprint. It was Alberg who took the points from Bruni, from Tomasi, Guerra, McCarthy. Then it was Mayer and Soderstrom going through with Fur, Van Heuling and Kittle rounding out the top 10. 13 riders through that sprint point. 13th rider, lucky for some, Kristen Kolczynski. Meanwhile, back in onto the final climb here. We're in with Category 3 on to the climb. And this is going to be key as we make our way in over the top. What can you do on the last bit of the climb? Well, it's good to see Lee-Sophie Rabbit on the front here. She's got a gap, and this is a big gap, 5 seconds at this stage. We're closing in on that finishing line, 250 meters or so at the moment to the line. Brooke is coming, but she's not coming quite quick enough at the moment, not matching those watts per kilo. The power to weight being put down by Lee-Sophie Rabbit. Rabbit at the moment, 250 watts as she kicks through those pedals. Coming up here, 69 revs per minute out of the saddle, stamping down, really making sure she flicks that toe around the bottom of the pedal stroke, really making sure she's utilizing every muscle group. We've got to think about each and every pedal stroke, each part of that, like each part of the foot. Every little bit counts on this climb. You've got to use the lot. Ekvist and Brooke are behind, and they are side by side in second and third place. But here on the Telmarib course, on MyWhoosh, on the Sunday Race Club, on Qualifier race number 2, back in winning ways. It's Category 3 win for Lee-Sophie Rabbit. She comes to the line. She can celebrate with time to spare. She takes away the win. The yellow skin suit is pulled on as race winner. Behind Ekvist versus Brooke, they've been side by side. It's going to go to Ekvist. She takes away second place. Brooke is going to take away third as they come in over the line. Behind Salgado, Restrepo, Kawazuska, all battling. So it's going to be Salgado in fourth, Restrepo in fifth place at the moment. As riders coming in through a real mix of riders. Your top 10 riders behind, well behind Restrepo in 5th, it's Kawazuska in 6th, it's Vittler in 7th, it's Barand again in, Berard in 8th here. Marie-Pierre Berard from Canada, racing for that cycling district score, coming through in 8th. Helen McKay in 9th place, taking away that sprint competition jersey. And it's Liliana Silva rounding out the top 10.
Well, we're back in with category 2, and Megan Stevens, the rider from the USA, has put a big push in at the 32.3 kilometre marker on the flat run in. It's going to be interesting. Katrin Nielsen is chasing. Camilla Ahlberg is putting a big push in at the 29.8 kilometre marker for that banner, because the green banner is just coming fast ahead. She's going to cement that green skin suit and that sprinters competition today by picking up those 5 points underneath the banner. The question is she going to keep going, and is she going to keep pushing here? She's up and out the saddle. Yes, she is. This is a big drive now, and this is one of the tactics we see on the Sunday Race Club. Go for the sprint and just don't stop.
Yeah, you can see she sort of took a breath and then went again there, and that almost misdirection of going for the sprint. She takes that. It means that she's going to score maximum points on that final sprint, which is great, but just as importantly, there is the finish to go for. She's in that green skin suit sprint leader at the moment out on the road, and she'll take that as sprint winners to go in over the line. Don't forget all of the race results on MyWhoosh.com. Go to results on the main menu. You'll see the race live at the moment. All these results live and provisional, not yet verified and not yet got that seal of approval. Don't forget, of course, you can get lots of details on mywhooshinfo.com and lots of different stats on there, as well as checking out all of the courses, all of the worlds that you can go out on, where the wind is, what direction it's blowing, everything from meteorology right the way through topography, all the way through geography, as well as physiology.
Well, Megan Stevens now with 6 seconds on this bunch. She's hanging out and pushing on into the base of the climb that is the finale to the course in Telmarie today. She's got company, though, because she's got riders giving chase. Carolina Kolkowitz on the top of your screen is one of those riders. Roberta Bassoni as well. We know she climbs strongly. Bassoni and Kolkowitz in the mix and in the charge. Katrin Nielsen is also there as well. One of the things I love about Katrin Nielsen, not only does she pilot a tandem, she pilots a helicopter as well.
You're holding on to that fact, aren't you? That's going to stay with you for a long time.
I'm just fangirl. I mean, honestly. Carrie Stewart now starting to pick up the mantle. Kolkowitz watching and paying very close attention to Stevens' back wheel, but Stevens is 5 seconds up the road. Can she hold this? Emma Todd, one of the new riders into the Sunday Race Cup, now starting to move.
So Stevens with that gap that's coming down very rapidly as they come up. She's going to be absorbed into this bunch. Stevens now has to find something that means she can stay with the group, regroup. It's a long way up here. We've seen that. You can see Bassoni out of the saddle here on the left-hand side of your screen on a low rev. You can see the higher revs coming from Kolkowitz at the moment. Kolkowitz in second place here with Banerjee in 1. Katie Banerjee leading this out. Kolkowitz holding the wheel. Rachel Brown just losing a little bit of ground. Velna, Bruce, Todd, Garea all going backwards at the moment. The leading two stretching that gap out. 6.9 now, 7 watts per kilo comes from Kolkowitz. She moves up onto the side, onto the shoulder of Banerjee. Banerjee on the right, Kolkowitz on the left at the moment. Kolkowitz out of the saddle now, sprinting on the way up this climb here, continuing to kick, continuing to push, continuing to move up on this climb here. This is going to be critical. What can she do on the run into the line here? Kolkowitz has the lead. Banerjee is still in a position, but has Banerjee just gone pop? No, she kicks again. She's got the gap. She's got the pace. She's got that speed. She's really trying to push it, but look at the face of Kolkowitz. She's going through all sorts of shades of pain on the way up this climb. She's got to just focus on keeping that pressure on. If you close your eyes, it doesn't seem as far. I promise you, I've done it on close outdoors. Never mind indoors. I do it on indoors all the time. I do it on MyWhoosh. Just close your eyes and just keep on kicking and hoping it's enough when you're coming to the line. Kolkowitz has got the gap, though. 3 seconds. This is going to be a critical run. The run to the finishing line here. This is the banner over the road. This is the finish line here on MyWhoosh. As they go underneath the banner, the win goes on Qualifier race number 2 to Karolina Kolkowicz. You can see what it takes to take away a winning category 2. Kolkowicz comes through in the lead. She takes away the win from Katie Banerjee in second. Katarzyna Wellner comes through for third place. And the dog there just giving a little bit of a cuddle of support there to Karolina Kolkowicz. Absolutely love it.
Well, Rachel Brand and Sylvia Garea round out the top 5. Elsa Haag coming through for 6th. Well, Category 1 are still out on course, and Camilla Ahlberg attacked through the final sprint at the 30-kilometre marker. She took the sprint jersey and she just kept on going. She's 32 seconds clear of Nicole Mayer, Bruni Guerra, Tomasi McCarthy and Soderstrom. They were a group of 7. They're now a group of 6 because Ahlberg is off the front. And with a 30-second gap, this for me is race-winning move.
It could well be. I tell you something, Camilla Ahlberg, what a push, what a move. I mean, we know she's absolutely world class, but my goodness me, you know, this is brilliant to see. I mean, a move of such speed, of such pace. She's got herself. I mean, the gap at the moment, it's in lifetime, and she's just done a big downhill, so it's going out to sort of a minute plus. It won't stabilize until all the riders are onto the climb on a similar gradient and have lost that momentum. But behind, Mayer, Bruni, Guerra, McCarthy, they're all just going. Well, Camilla Ahlberg's gone for this. Come on, Camilla. We love a brave move. We love that attack. Now you've got to make it count. You've got to get to 34.7. You can do this. You've got to keep on digging, though, because Nicole Mayer is there with Bruni, with Tomasi. Guerra and McCarthy are behind. They're waiting to pounce. They're waiting to launch their attack. When will they push that big red button to engage Ahlberg's face here? Come on, Camilla, keep that smiling. It's less muscles for smiling than it is for grimacing. I should know.
Well, Ahlberg pushing on. She is 40 seconds clear of the chase behind Guerra, McCarthy, Bruni, Tomasi, Mayer and Soderstrom. Ahlberg is absolutely flying here, but the climb, it's a climb that just keeps on giving at 13.2%, 13.3%. This is such a steep finale today.
And look at the numbers, 7, 8 watts per kilo coming from Guerra and McCarthy, 6 coming from Ahlberg. The advantage, though, in time is 30 seconds. The distance is running out for those 2 riders behind. We knew that Guerra and McCarthy would launch. They launched in style. They launched at speed. They've gone ballistic, but they haven't got the pace to pull back Camilla Ahlberg, surely, as she comes up to the top here. She's got only 200 meters coming in. This is about Camilla Ahlberg's absolute precision. We saw her come through, take the sprint jersey, and then kick again. That was the foundations that were laid. When it comes to racing, it's not just about your legs. It's not just about your lungs. It's not just about the training. It's about your heart, your soul, and your mind. How deep can you dig? How much do you want it? How smart can you be? Today, the smartest rider of all, Camilla Ahlberg, comes to the line here on Qualifier race number 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Camilla Ahlberg takes away the race win here today, ahead of the world champion McCarthy, away ahead of Guerra. Camilla Ahlberg today does the business here today. What a ride. What a win.
I tell you something, Camilla Ahlberg has just put herself in the record books. In the last 12 months, McCarthy, Guerra and Holdcroft have been the only female winners on the Sunday Race Club. Camilla Ahlberg has just joined an elite club of female racers on SRC. Welcome to exclusive, Ahlberg.
That was a move on the front and going. And remember, the early attacks, the early moves. This has been raced from beginning to end, an absolutely classic episode. Can't wait to watch it all back all over again later on in the week. I'll be watching this before we go into next week's race. The full results are on MyWhoosh.com, as well as going on to MyWhooshinfo.com. Make sure you check out all of those race results on there and all of those stats. Don't forget, you can watch back all of the racing on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel and on Twitch TV.
And I just tell you, she's also just taken the course record on this Telmarine course. The previous course record held by Kate McCarthy, 53.25 with 52-minute time. Olberg takes the course record as well.
Watch out, McCarthy. Watch out, Guerra. There's a new kid in town at the top of the tree, and it's just scalped the pair of you, so it's going to be fun next week. Before we get there, though, we have got a men's race coming. Oh, my goodness, they're going to have to pull out some serious race tactics. We will see if anybody can pull out maybe some old moves to see if they can return to the top to take away the throne of the race winner. Join Emma Martin and myself, Matt Payne. There you can follow Emma on Instagram. It's at biking_Emma. You can follow me. It's at Matt Fixer Payne. Don't forget, follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh on Instagram and on Facebook. And make sure you hit subscribe, like, tell your friends about the Sunday Race Club, and download the app. Get on board and ride the racing. Whatever race, whether that's the Cycling Esports League on MyWhoosh info for all of those details. So, of course, get yourself up on here. This has been a blast of qualifier race number 2 in the women's race. We will be back shortly for the men's race. I absolutely cannot wait. I'm going to go do as many coffees as I can squeeze in between now and then. Get yourselves refreshed with something more sensible than that, I'm sure. We'll be back for the men's race from Emma and myself and all the team. Until the men's race, we'll see you soon.
Goodbye.
So hello and welcome. If you're just joining us to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club Qualifier race number 2, we're heading into our men's race. Hello and welcome back. If you are watching the women's race, a tactical masterclass from our race winner, and I think maybe a start of a new era. You never ever know. My name's Matt Payne. I'm here with Emma Martin, backed up by the amazing team behind the scenes at MyWhoosh to bring you all of the race action here today in our second race of the day, and that is the men's race. The women were out on a course in Telmarie. The men are returning to California once again. And this is a course with its 6 climbs, albeit only 2 of them categorized, that for me, I think is brilliant.
We're going to California, baby. Will the King of California rule today? Well, it is a Sunday Race Club and the men are in California. 58.8. Yes, I'm going to say that again. 58.8 kilometers of racing here today, 844 meters of elevation. And I have already had some of the racers get in touch and tell me it is going to be a crackingly difficult race today. They go through 2 sprint segments downtown LA at the 2.5 kilometer marker. It's a flat run to the 5K mark. Then they start the climbing. And well, there is a number of climbs today, but Mount Umunhum, the first categorized climb, 2 categorized climbs today. The first one, the checkpoint coming at the 18.6 kilometer marker. They then roll through and up the Spring Road climb. We have finished here before at the top of the Spring Road climb at the 36.9 kilometre marker, but no, not today. We descend off the Spring Road climb through the Spring Road sprint at the 45.5 kilometre marker. Then it is a 13.3k run to the finish line. And the last 3 kilometres, well, of course, it's the Sunday Race Club. The only way is up.
It certainly is. 58.8k for our race finish here today for all of the riders across all 6 race categories. Category 1 are elite riders. Category 6 are standard race category. Spread in between a huge amount of race teams. 34 race teams across all of our 6 categories. Category 6 go first. We then have a 10-minute gap to category 5, then 5 minutes between category 5 and 4, 5 minutes between 4 and 3, 10 minutes between category 3 and 2, and then 5 minutes between category 2 and 1. All the riders can draft each other if they catch each other out on the road or if they're on loose and they come back past each other. All the riders starting in their own categorized pens, and each category with its own jersey, so its own unique color. The purple jerseys of category 6 is going to be worn by 10 teams here today. 2 teams of 5, 4 teams of 4, and 4 teams of 3. So huge spread of teams. Going to pick on our teams with 5 riders here today. The team of BMC Spinergy, Andrew Bain, Brett Gibson, Brett McMurtry, Pablo Cortes, and Simon Llewellyn, the riders who are racing for the BMC Spinergy squad, and the team from BMC 6A, and that is Mangino, Gacek, Kuipers, along with Tygat and Mirek. And we'll see what they can do, because they are up against the level racing 6A, 6B, and 6C squads, which between them have some, well, it's essentially 11 riders in between all of those. So we'll be seeing whether level racing are going to be there. Quo Vadis, the winners last week, not represented by 3 riders here today, so they're not going to be taking away top spot, and that does leave the door open for second place level racing from last week and BMC 6A from last week to go out at the front of the race and take this on. We will see how that plays out. The riders up underway at the qualifier race number 2. Up, started, and out from the pens.
They are indeed. 96 riders on the start sheet. It is becoming the biggest race field, I want to say ever, but that would be a massive exaggeration. But it is. Category 6 in the men's race is just fantastic. It really, really is. And if you want to join the Sunday Race Club, like a lot of these riders have done over the last few months, you can do indeed. Head over to MyWhoosh.com. Click on the events page, click on the Sunday Race Club, and everything you need to get into these packs of races on a Sunday is there. All the information about verification, trainers, how you do your weigh-ins, etc., etc. Everything is there. You can join Antti Järvinen in the Sunday Race Club. You can race him head to head every week, just like these guys are today. They are coming out of the start. The pace is high. It's just shy of 50 kilometers an hour. This category 6 pack have motored from the start, and you can see, wow, the damage being done to the group. Järvinen on your screen at the moment. The disco lights are flashing. Always a fabulous feeling in the pain cave with Antti Järvinen, and he really, really pushes strongly. Always in it at the end as well. Great to see his racing. He's on the front at the moment.
And he's rocking that jersey as well, which is always good to see. You got to see people supporting their teams and wearing an appropriate jersey, I think.
Yes.
Appropriate. Might be my word of the day.
Appropriate is your word of the day?
Well, no, it's not really.
Orlando Montoya, Diego Narvaez, Richard Kastner, all on the front of the group. Ron Shetty is there as well. So is Ramo, Corbani, Montoya, Luto. They are all in the mix as the pace continues to stay high here. They are shedding riders off the back of the group. And Matt, when the race field is so large, 96 riders, I know it's going to be a hard race, but with that quality and depth of field, the riders really trying everything to, A, get the race underway, B, make the race field smaller, but C, get to that 2.5 kilometre marker, because that's where the green banner for the first sprint is.
It is, and I think for me, the speed that this has gone out, if you let a gap go, you just see this race field spread out. You can see that top right-hand side of your screen as each of those groups just get opened up on this race route already. With the gaps open, the air goes in between. You have to push into the wind. It's a headwind section here coming in, and it just increases as you come into this sprint. A great ride here by Gravesco to go off the front, but he's got Ola Warren coming up pace with Sugai, who battled time and time again. Sugai's going to go over the top of Warren here. He's going to come into that line first and take the first of the points. He should be going away with 5 points, Warren with 4. It's going to be Kusi with 3, Gravesco with 2, and Järvinen, I think, is going to take away 1 potentially. Close between 4th and 5th places out on the race route here today. A fantastic sprint there on the way through, but now this is critical. You can see on the top right hand side of your screen that long line of riders as this group has got spread out, and that's just the lead group. There are still groups behind them as well. What the front of this race do now could influence it for the rest of the race, because if they back off the pace here and it all comes together, you've worked for that advantage. Make the most of it.
Well, yes and no. There's an awful lot of climbing to do today, and the Category 6 race will be split by that. That fast pace at the first 2.5 kilometres could well have been a team tactic to launch those two sprinters, Sugai and Warren. Kusi, an individual rider in the mix, but let's just go to those points. So Eduardo Sugai picks up 5 points and the green skin suit. Jakub Kusi takes 4. Ola Warren takes 3. Antti Järvinen takes 2 points. And Andre Gavescu came through for Cycle District to pick up the final point. The pack is so strong. 56 riders in that leading group. In contention, but riders now concertinaing as the group comes back together. The pace is still high. It's still a very, very long line, but there are riders battling now to get back onto that leading group and swell the numbers.
And one thing I would say is, if you are off the back of the main group, this course, and because for a lot of this race route, basically to the base of the climb, we've got a lot of sections where you've got a block headwind coming into this. Our section between the first sprint, downtown LA sprint, and coming into the first climb is a lot of headwind. And then on the first climb, you've got a bit of tailwind. You then drop into the downhill. Again, it's headwind pretty much all the way through, all the way till you get to the end. Absolutely brilliant riding. Brilliant riding by the riders so far to kick down how far they've gone to get to that point. But now they need to consolidate that, because if you're in a group behind, don't worry about it. If you're solo, do worry. get in a group quick, because it's with that headwind, being in a group, being in a pack is going to be critical. You see Christian Remo here, nicely ensconced in this pack. He's got the group. He's in the right place. He's got company. Good to see you. Ciao to Christian in Italy. And good to see that he's nicely in here. Be in a group. Find a group. If you get dropped, don't panic. Take a look at what the gaps are. Get some recovery done before you get caught by the next group, because until we reach the biggest climb of the day at 30k, you've got a lot of headwind sections to deal with, and that is really, really critical. Positioning on today's racing will be key, and it doesn't matter whether you're in category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 or 1. That is going to be key.
It is, and it really should come into your thinking about the race tactics that you're going to execute, taking a look at that wind direction, because it really is, you're right, Matt, going to make a massive difference early on in this race.
It is, and I just, you cannot stress that enough. That wind gauge, the top right-hand side of your screen, you can see at the moment the wind blowing from the top right-hand side of the screen from what would be northeast, if this was traditional map orientation.
Northeasterly wind in the UK.
Yeah, Northern Hemisphere, usually northeasterly winds
are cold.
Yeah. It's not going to snow today in California.
No.
I mean, it does snow in California.
Yeah.
But, it's not going to today.
Well, I'll tell you something. If you were in the UK and it was a northeasterly this time of year, it could well snow. Medusa Skierspoil on your screen at the moment. He's right in the mix towards the top 20 in that pack. Perfect positioning. 3 chevrons against that green number on the white bar indicate perfect drafting from him.
It is. That's key. Although now, because he's on camera, he's gone to the very front of the race. And why not get some TV time right at the very front? The moment you go on camera, it's guaranteed to add watts to your power. That's just how it works. So if you want to get those extra watts, might be a real thing. You never know.
Psychology,
It is psychology. If you want to be on screen, if you're one of our riders, thank you very much, everybody who does this already. But if you're a rider who's not featured on screen, come and show us your pain cave, show us you in action, show us you racing. It's always good to get that insight into what the person behind the avatar looks like. So what we really want to do is for you to go on there, get the camera, get it pointing in the right direction. It wants to be in landscape mode. It wants to have your name in the Zoom room matching your name on the screen. So here, Pablo Cortez Botero matches absolutely letter perfect. His name on the Zoom room, which you can see on the left-hand side, just below him, and the name on the game. Brilliant. 100% full marks, sir. If I could give you extra points today for any competition or what's, I would do. Unfortunately, that's not within my gift to give, but what I can do is say thank you very much from myself and from Emma. There you go.
Well, the category 6 pack rolling through Toon City. I have to say, I really like the Californian World on MyWhoosh. I really enjoy riding it and racing on it. And, well, it is one massive course that the team have put together for the Sunday Race Club today. They've not done this particular route in California before. Category 5 are down in the start pen. Oh, I bet they're warmed up and ready to go.
I bet they are. I agree with you. California is a fantastic route. I like the crit racing around the Escape from Alcatraz route, but there you go. That's just me. This is a lot further to go today than a crit. And now 4 teams in category 5. We'll definitely be finding that out. 2 teams of 3 and 2 teams of 5. Teams of 5, Cycling District, along with the Level Raiders. The MPCC team, if I can get my letters out correctly, from Poland. They are also a team racing, but they only have 3 riders, as does the team that is Return of the King. Nicole Savic, Mayron Betancourt, and a man who is unbeaten here.
Well,
we'll see. Return of the King. Can he do this? Can he get himself back on top of the throne? Luke Orbot,
the King of California,
is heading out on to the course. Will it be his day at the office? His team is named after him. No pressure, but Allport now has to deliver. He's got 2 riders there working for him, with him in this mission, in this effort, and Luke Allport already up into 6th place. I'll tell you something, the pressure is on, Luke. It's on your shoulders. They're broad shoulders. He's all ready for this. We will see what he can do. I do like putting pressure on Luke because he just is unfazed
He
by it completely.
responds in a fabulous
He
manner.
does. He
I
does.
have to
It's just
say.
like, yep, no problem. Bring it on.
Bring on California.
Yep.
And if you can spot the hotel on the way around, well, could you just point it out to me? That'd be absolutely fabulous. But Allport isn't going to be hanging around in Hotel California. He's on the course. He's up and out. He's dialing on the front. Category 5 are go, go, go.
There is also, of course, a slightly different song title rather than Hotel California.
Go on then.
Which is one that you obviously can never leave, and that is the title, which is California Dreaming. And I hope today is not. Well, I hope it's a dream, not a nightmare for Luke.
Well, he was dreaming when he won, I can tell you, because he's won multiple times on California, but on the old California course where we did 45 kilometres of racing, not 58.8.
Now, just taking a look at the riders on the front of this group as they start to stretch out. We've already got gaps opening up behind. We've got a little bit of a section to go to. We get to our sprint. Emil Ivanov nicely tucked in this group. I think Ivanov going to be waiting. I think if he's smart, going to be holding that energy back a little bit from going too hard on the front until we get into the bigger climbs. I think because we've got 6 climbs, it's a real mixed course because it's not just a climber's course. Yes, the Climber Spring Road climb is long. You know, it's 6.7k, but it's not that steep, honest gov. You know, the average is only 4%. So it's still, I think it's a course that suits rulers, it suits climbers, it suits flatland sprinters who can hold position. The fact we've got the sprint up to the finishing line, which is effectively... Yeah, it isn't. It's like 3K, basically.
Well,
that's going to be tough.
I have just pulled up because I do like MyWhoosh info and I do use it whilst we're on air sometimes. So please do head over and Yakovovchek, absolutely phenomenal putting it together.
Yes.
But we've just been talking about Luke Allport and I thought, do you know what? I'm going to have a look at the first time men raced in California. The very first race in California on the Sunday Race Cup as Luke Allport attacks off the front, 23rd of June 2024. And Luke Allport won the Category 4 race. There were just 4 categories at that point in time. Winning the Category 3 race was Maciej Kalman. Category 2 was Josal Betty, and Category 1, Mikhail Kaminsky. That's how we started off in California.
We certainly did. Luke Allport started this sprint. He put the power down on the run in. Sebastian Escobar answered at 10.5 watts per kilo, just looking to kick on. Now Joel Warren starts to come through at 11. Escobar went early. Has Warren got enough in the tank here? Warren is closing him down at speed. He's not going to make it. He comes down to the throw. That is going to go to Escobar. Warren's timing was out there. Escobar got the jump by going after Allport. So Allport's kick there has enabled Escobar to take that. So at the moment, the kingpin, the head of the clan, taking it at the top of the standings. It is Sebastian Escobar, sprint leader after stage 1. Question is, can he pick up enough points on sprint 2? He's got to be in the group.
He has. Warren takes 4. Mazaros takes 3. Sugai hold a minute. Sugai, look how fast the Category 6 pack came through. Category 5, Alvarez takes 2 and Oliveira takes 1. But I can tell you the Category 6 race was so quick. They are intermingled with the top 5 in Category 5.
Well, that means that the challenge is thrown down to Category 4 to get to that sprint checkpoint sooner. 9 teams in Category 4. Now, some fantastic riding last week by the teams in Category 4. Ride Club Finland ahead of Level Golden. Level Golden putting the team 4A and 4B in 2nd and 3rd place. Then the Pedal Club in 4th with Ride Club Finland. 2nd team in 5th place. It was a real mix of riders. We're going to see who's going to take away top spot. The team with 5 today are the Lorem Ipsum team of Bogran, Moreno, Oviedo, Lepera and Ronchetti. So some good names in that squad in Category 4 who are about to leave the pens. This is going to be our 3rd wave of riders away out, heading onto the roads in California. Let's hope that they are able to get that power down at the right time, use their strengths when it is the optimum moment to be able to hide any weaknesses in the bunch without anybody noticing. And will they come out on the top of the tree? Will they be the rider crowned the winner at the end of today's racing at the top of that rather vicious, nasty, sting in the tail climb?
Well, I reckon we've got about 90 minutes till we find out. We're in with Mika Russamaki at the moment, one of the really strong Finnish riders in the Category 4 race. The Category 4 race today, the second largest race field, 84 riders on the start sheets, 436 men in total today on those start sheets. If you add in the 227 women, 663 racers in total on the Sunday Race Club today. And Mika Russamaki is on your screen, and part and parcel of the pack. He's towards the front as they come down to the harbour here in California. Shiko's on the front here, now starting to push on at the 700 metre mark, not wanting this to be a sedate run with a big sprint to that green banner at the 2.5 kilometre marker. Nicholas Hagland closing it down. Not surprising that we see Hagland early. Carter, Ingleses, Casper, Abitko, Almeida, all in the mix.
Interesting, Anthony up there, not wanting that gap to go out at all. It is starting to do damage. Just starting to see one or two riders just lose the back of this group. We're in with Nicholas Hagland, the Swedish rider, on your screens at the moment, and just tapping that rhythm out as he keeps the pressure on, keeps the chain tight, looking to stay focused as he makes his way around this right-hand turn. Here we've got a left turn back into the wind. It's a slight tailwind on this section, and that's really, really important to just keep that power down there, because you've got that advantage. Or should I say, you've got less of a disadvantage to somebody in the bunch, and that's really key. The problem is, as you come around here, you can see that wind starting to move to the left-hand side, and it will keep on moving as we go in towards the finish and the archway, the finish of this sprint, should I say, rather than the finish overall.
I'll tell you who is moving now, and that's Evans Fart. We know he's got a great turn of speed, and we know he always gets his timing really well. Jan Casper and Daryl Carter also on the move. Daryl Carter on your screens at the moment, closing down. Well, there's just over 500 metres to go until we get to the green arch, and this is a nice move from Carter right now.
So Daryl Carter kicking his way up into third place at the moment. You can't go too early. You've got to get your timing right. We're coming in towards that left-hand turn. Remember, the archway's at 2.5k into this. We're at 2.2, just over that now. So this is going to be critical into the last 200 metres. The archway is in sight. Antonen's on the front. Carter now kicks again. Carter's looking to get these points here today. He's not going to take the checkpoint, but he's going to score 4 points here. He just sits up. He can't afford to relax too much. Chicors just comes up onto his wheel here. So close, but no cigar in terms of the checkpoint, but good points in, and he's going to have to see what he can do. Who's going to be there? Where's he going to be when we get over the big climb for our second sprint, and that's at 45.5k.
Yeah, Veli-Pekka Antonen picking up those points and the green skin suit. Nice moving on that downtown LA sprint in Category 4. Carter picking up 4 points. Chicos picking up 3. Coach picking up 2. And Pratt picking up 1. Now, all 6 race fields today, 58.8 kilometres of racing, and Category 3 are down in the pen waiting to start.
Well, Category 3, I'm going to say they're going to get my typical school report. Must try harder to get more teams, because we've got so many teams. We've got 2 riders, and it's so close to them having the 3. However, the 4 teams that have managed it today in Category 3 at Cycling District Alpha have done the business with Marquez, Uniki, Piera, along with Vieri. We've also got Level Racing 3A and 3B. So King, Lane and Bakken in 3A, and Morgan, Sola and Samela in 3B. The Peak Power Racing Squad, though, they've got 4 riders: Contant, Van der Zandt, Wojciech and Montoya. Jakub Wojciech, of course, well known to many for his sterling work in giving you all of the stats. We're going to see what you can do here today. It's Category 3. We are in qualifier race number 2 on the one and only MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. We're up and out from the pens. Category 3. Big group of riders. They kick out from the start. Already seeing Buchwecki looking to string this out. He's really nailed it out the pens here, and everybody else having to respond. You can see Bushter was up there in zone 5. Zone 6 for Buchwecki. He
wants the kilo out of the start
Go on,
pen.
Radislav.
What a move from Bushewski, and it is one seriously big move. Now that is digging deep and going from the gun. Nobody's trying to go with him, but Christian Spiedel is the rider pushing on the front. Christopher Morgan, Raphael Butcher is there as well. Matthias Kalman, I've seen him in the mix, but the pack, well, I just let Bushewski hang on the front if I was them. But that is one early run for the sprint banner.
Yeah, well, I kind of just want to just sort of say to everyone, just let him go. Because if I was in that group, would I be chasing? The answer is no.
58.8 kilometres of racing to do today in California.
It's 844 meters of climbing. You know, this is, let's put that into context. I went out and did over 100K yesterday on the bike, came back. I got 900 and something meters. These guys are doing 844 in 58.8. This is a hilly route. This is not flat. In fact, it's anything but. There's a lot of climbing for the distance here.
Yes,
this is really, really
Nick
critical.
Scolari, note where the master tactician is sat. In the bunch in 30th position. He's got 3 chevrons of draft. The what number is green. The look of concentration on his face. He knows exactly where he wants to be, and he's holding his position.
Can't add anything to that. I agree.
Yeah, well, Patrick Karlstrom also in the right place at the right time at the moment. And they've let Bushewski go 11 seconds clear off the front. He's no longer doing 8 watts per kilo, but he's still doing 5. That's one early determined strategy for the banner. And do you know what? If he gets it, it's worked for him.
Yeah, all power to him. 11 seconds is the gap, and the distance is running out for them to close him down. He's going to get maximum points if he can keep on going. Ivo Sure sitting in here. Stedman, interestingly, here. So is Kansara, Morgan, Sola, Hoyos fell in here. Frommer, Yannicki, Elos as well. Clays is tucked in this group. Hansen's in here. Betts is in the group. Patterson sitting in the group as well. Nobody really, they're starting to move here, but this is just a run for second, third, fourth, and fifth.
But it's important.
It's points.
It's important because that second sprint comes today after 4 climbs. So you've got to have your climbing legs on as well if you want to win the overall sprint competition today. It's first across the line. The first 5 riders picking up 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 points. Each sprint checkpoint has its individual prize, but combined, they equal the overall sprint competition. So Bushewski goes through and will take the green skin suit, but Dorvin Elos, one of the hidden sprinters in the pack, he always pops out right at the end, is going to pick up the 4 points on the downtown LA sprint in that category 3 race. Butcher picks up 3 points. Morgan picks up 2. Squilari, well, he picks up 1 point as well. Keep your eyes peeled for him when we get to that final sprint checkpoint at the 45.5 kilometre marker. Well, all 3 race fields, Category 3, Category 4 and Category 5, mingled together on the result sheets. In fact, all 4, because Category 6 are sprinkled in there too. So some very similar starting pace off of the categories out of the pen. But take a look, Matt. What can you see?
I see the one and only Luke Allport, all porting his way from the front. Remember, if you are going to comment on the Sunday Race Club, please hashtag allporting somewhere in there as well, so that it gets picked up by the whatever algorithms the Oxford English Dictionary used to put allporting in as a verb.
We are trying as a verb, aren't we?
We are trying to get it in as a verb. It's an unofficial campaign. It's not gathered much momentum. The main momentum coming from Luke Allport.
Watch list first. Well, Allport has 20 seconds now on the pack in Category 5.
I'm just going to go diving back into Category 3 here to Bushewski.
Yes.
Now, Bushewski went out there, picked up those sprint points. I've just been taking a little sneaky peek at the numbers that are not public in the background. And I wouldn't discount him from getting over those climbs. So this could be that he's laid the foundation to take the sprint win on sprint 1 from the gun. We will have to see It's not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination because of the volume of climbing
He's
out on this
back in the
course.
pack.
He is back in the pack, but that doesn't mean he can't get over with the leaders and then go for the second sprint. And he's already got 5 points in the bag. Thank you very much.
No, I think by the time we get to the second climb segment on Spring Road, I think that early start is going to be playing on his legs.
We will have to find out.
Predictions.
And it'll be none of the scenarios that we've already discussed,
Well,
but another alternate one.
I did predict that Antti Järvinen was one to watch in the Category 6 race. At the 16.1 kilometre marker, he's on the front of the pack. The pack rolling strongly. They're coming towards Mount Umunham. That is the first climb checkpoint of the day here, and the climb starts at the 17 kilometre marker, so they are rolling in towards the base. The top of the checkpoint, the polka dot banner, comes at the 18.6 kilometre marker, so yes, 1.6 kilometres of climbing. It's got an average gradient of 4.1%, but there is a step at the top, so a little bit of respite before the final kicker, and that final kicker, yes.
You just said yes for the
final.
It's
going to be a little battle towards the polka dot banner. Now, Christian Kozanski, one of the really strong riders in Category 6 last week. We saw some fabulous work from him. Really strong climber.
I'm absolutely loving colour coordination to a T. It's not just the jersey. It's not just the casquette, the cap. It's not just the bike, but the mouse as well.
The lights on the mouse
desk.
The
lights
too,
on the mouse are matching as well. Sir, I would take my bike helmet off to you or my hat off to you if I had it on, but I have already had it.
He had phenomenal climbing legs last week in Zurich. It really, really was a great masterclass of getting your timing right on a climb.
And I think it's really important for your head to feel good about what you are wearing and how comfy you are on the bike. You've got the right kit.
Well, we talked about psychology slightly
100%.
earlier on, and it really is all part and parcel of, look good, feel good.
Yeah,
get
the
kit. Well.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than being on the bike, something that's either uncomfy or you just don't think is quite as good as, or you don't look at it, and it just plays with your head, and all those little things can take effect.
I can indeed. Well, Joshua Callangad on the front of the pack at the moment, setting the pace at the base of the climb.
Nice
you can see it's around 7.5% at the moment, and Callangad climbing strongly.
He is. This is an interesting move here on the way up at 17.3k marker. Remember, this climb goes to the 18.6k mark. It's 1.6 kilometers long, so none of the hills here today super long. The longest is our second climb checkpoint at 6.7k. However, the second longest is our final climb to the finish. This the third biggest climb of the day. And for me, Mount Umunham, it's one of those climbs because it's quite steppy.
Yes.
It's quite a steppy climb. I actually quite like this. Yeah, you can sort of really push on the rises and make good ground on people. That's what we're seeing here from Kozanski here. He's on this rise. He's really pushing into the rises. You can then do a little bit of recovery. I quite like the fact also, though, that you're going directly underneath the bear here. In between his paws.
I know, it's great, isn't it? There are some fabulous little bits in the Californian world that are really, really great. Callangad and
little bits? That's huge.
I know, it's a big bear. They're big paws, but luckily it's not real.
You know what they say, big paws, big bear? I was just looking at me like, well, it is. It's a big bear. He's got big paws. It's like dogs. They've got big paws. They become a big dog.
That's very true. Well,
Kozanski,
Theo Montoya, Matt Smithson also climbing strongly, back from the Tour Down Under, from his MyWhoosh duties, back on the bike.
Back on the bike. Let's see what he can do here today. 4 teams with more than with the correct or more than the correct requisite number of riders, which is 3. The Hitmen are here out to make away top spot with 3 riders. So Riders of the Storm, they've got 3 as well. Cycling District have got 4 riders, but so do Beast Mode and Friends. And really interesting that all 4 riders who took the team win last week are the same 4 riders here today for Category 2. Christoph Fliebus, Christoph Thiem, Simon Walter and Mark Santo. All the flags are black, red and yellow, just a slightly different order for Fliebus, who is a Belgian, rather than Thiem, Walter and Santo, all from Germany. But the squad of Beast Mode and Friends out from the pens, Category 2, up and away. Well, Beast Mode and Friends Beat up at the front. Very interesting to note the riders as they set off here in Category 2. We are getting ever closer to some very, very critical numbers in Category 2 for a number of our Category 2 riders. Now, we did celebrate the fact that when Phil Graves went over the 200 marker, that he had he'd hit 200 rides on the Sunday Race Club. He's currently on 214. This is his 215th. But what a day to go chasing after the riders here. Phil Graves at the moment in his 215th on the chase of Nicholas Becker and Ollie Simmons, who've gone early for those sprint points. Today's the 199th ride on the Sunday Race Club for Mr. X100.
Wow. Well,
so he's one more after this, and he's going to hit that 200 mark. Only 2 riders will have done it at that point.
I'm sure there will be many more in the future. Well,
I hope
Olivier
so.
Simmons comes onto the wheel of Nicholas Becker. Simmons on our screen at the moment. You can see the work done here. He then now takes the lead. Becker sits on the wheel. Now Simmons pushes on a little bit further. Maciek Skierski is there. Phil Graves. Martin Omdahl in the mix as well. Sebastian Havo, Nicholas Fournier. The 2 French sprinters who always do well, now paying close attention. But the stretch on the Category 2 pack, out of the pen.
It's nailed on out of the pen here. Just talking about overalls, Ruben Dont holds the most sprint wins, 36. But he's not scoring sprint wins at the moment. He's not prolific in scoring in big sprint wins at the moment.
Well,
and Ollie Simmons is the nearest challenger at 30.
Yes.
So potentially by the time we get in towards like spring, summer in the Northern Hemisphere, which is where Ollie Simmons is based, he could be challenging Don, if not take the lead in that competition to take the most sprint wins.
Well, at the moment, challenging Simmons is Becker. Becker is now pushed on again at 7 watts per kilo. This is the second wind of Becker. And Becker now with 550 metres to go until he gets to the green banner. He's gone from the it's gone from the start pen, very reminiscent of Bucciuecchi in Category 3, up and out, and this is my race. My race is 2.5k harder. Sebastian Havo now winding it up behind at 11 watts per kilo. Havo now wanting to come onto the wheel of Becker. Becker's got 300 metres to go. He's got to go round the corner. It's a late sight of the banner, and Havo is motoring. Becker's picked up the pace, but he doesn't have the momentum that Havo has carried on to his wheel. Can Havo kick again? I think it's going to be between these two. Havo can indeed kick again. 11 watts per kilo. Boom! Goes over the top of Becker. He's going to go underneath the green banner. Sebastian Havo, the French sprinter, picks up 5 points in that first sprint, but Nicholas Becker did the work.
Some great riding as these teams make their way out and around the course here. The top spot going there off the front, but look at this, the group all back together again already.
They are indeed.
It didn't take long. There's 1 or 2 riders distanced off the back. Have you got the confirmed results there, Emma? I think they're just starting to roll their way in on the front of this.
Well, the result is that Sebastian Havo won the sprint.
Oh, interestingly, I think Becker's looked clear there, but we will see how that plays out as they came in through the line. Don't forget, of course, all of the official results on the MyWhoosh.com website. Just see.
I was just waiting for a little update there. There were a lot of riders coming through.
Becker's been pipped, has he?
He has. So Sebastian Havo did indeed take it from Nicholas Becker. Michel Machedo coming in for 3 points. Sammy Pieter and SS41. Rick Van Erck just missing out.
Let's run in with Category 1 because there are a last set of riders to go. Our elite category riders about to set off from those pens. 3 teams here, all with 4 riders in the squad. Team Scandi Racing with Bjorn Andreas and Jakob Dane, Niall Pedersen and Ruben Dont. The aforementioned Ruben Dont, the most prolific sprint winner to date with 36. The Boss Moves Only squad has Saeed Safrazedi, Michael Vink, Michael Knudsen, very close, 192 participations in the Sunday Race Club, with Jason Osborne, the world champion in the squad. And then the Alpha Duo squad, who are on some blisteringly quick form. Dan Turek, along with Lionel Vajassin, Mikko Kabinski and Ollie Jones. I can't wait to see how this plays out between the teams. Never mind all the other individuals who it is a good sized field, and it's absolutely stacked with talent on a brutal course.
Well, brutal course, brutal racing, and it's Pedersen and Andreasen who are absolutely dialing this on the front. Arnie Jacobs, Arvin Gonzari has also gone as well, but Jacobs, Pedersen and Andreasen, well, every single race so far has given us something and something else, and Pedersen on that MyWhoosh Championship kit at the moment, dialing this on the front with Andreasen, the two riders from Team Scandi Racing, Dane and Dont, the other two riders in that team. But at the moment, it's Andreasen and Pedersen. They are heading fast and furious out of the start pen. Oh, that green sprint banner in the flatlands of California, downtown LA. It's where everybody's been heading.
I'm going to put this out there now. If you have been racing and you have got the kit, as we just see from Niall Pedersen, you have that MyWhoosh Championship kit, please, please, please do me a favour. I'm asking you to do me a favour here. Put it onto social media with a picture of you and Jesse with a tag at MyWhoosh. Tag MyWhoosh into it from that MyWhoosh Championship. It's a little way you can say thank you to them for sending that out. I know you guys raced it, but they didn't need to send you anything. It wasn't part of the deal when you signed up, but guess what? You've all got something, so please do put that out there.
I just say,
on at MyWhoosh. I've seen loads of people do it so far. Keep on going.
Lam Kong did a great little video of her unwrapping the bag and pulling everything out, and she speeded it up slightly. It's fabulous. It's really cool.
Get it, pop it on there. Help the team that's sent all those goodies out to you. It's brilliant to see the riders being rewarded for their efforts. It is a phenomenal race. You can watch it back on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel on Twitch TV. The MyWhoosh Championships from 2025. You can go back to 2023, see how the racing's changed. It hasn't. It's spectacular, fast and furious. How has the course changed? Immensely different. The graphics, the whole progression is immense. And at the moment, it's playing host to some fantastic racing. Arnie Jacobs now on the front, gone over the top of Bjorn Andreasen as we drop into the pain cave.
Oh, can I just say, I'm loving the fact we've got Panizza and Pedersen both in MyWhoosh Champs kit, but they've both chosen different jerseys. Well, at the moment, Pavel Skirski's chosen to put the power down and close down Jacobs and Andreasen. Langeveen, the sprinter that has come up from Category 2 into Category 1, he's making his presence known as well. Fabulous to see him on our screens as well. Ollie Jones always got a turn of speed, but it's Pedersen at the moment launching at 13 watts per kilo. Pedersen's going. Look at the face of Pedersen. He's going for the green banner. Langeveen has not responded. He couldn't match Pedersen. Pedersen, well, he will put on the green skin suit on screen, taking the points in the first sprint.
Great ride by Jesse Langeveen. Make your presence felt. Jump on board. I think when Langeveen gets this dialed, racing with Category 1, because it's so different to Category 2, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. I really do think he's going to be scary good. Let's just run you through the results. Downtown LA sprint winners in each of our categories. Category 1, Niall Pedersen. Category 2, Sebastian Havo. Category 3, Radislav Byczewski with that lone breakaway. Category 4, Vaipeki Antonen. Category 5, Sebastian Escobar. And Category 6, Eduardo Sugai. The riders going through in time order to match their race categories with the fastest time through there, set by Niall Pedersen, who's on the front at the moment and not having eased off too much. Category 1, left-hand side of your screen. Category 2, right-hand side of your screen. The unrelenting, brutal racing continues onwards as we got a little bit of a breakaway starting to form here. SS, Joe Lewis, Phil Graves, Rick Van Erck and Bruce Bird at the front. Rick, we know we're coming into a climb. We come to see Rick as we're about to hit a climb. Once again, good to see you, sir.
Yeah, Rick Van Erck, he can do everything. You know, you think of Rick when you see a climb coming, but I tell you something, he's been putting in some great sprints recently. He's got a fabulous turn of speed and he's been getting his positioning perfect. SS, Van Erck, Graves, Lewis, Bird, 7 seconds up on the group.
And it's time for Rick Van Erck to harness the power of the Team Netherlands. Who were absolutely dominant on the World Championship cyclocross in those orange jerseys. Brilliant to see. Absolutely smashing this. It is fantastic to see he's right up there. This is fantastic. So here we go. The right-hand turn coming in here as they make their way up the climb.
Well, they are indeed. Olivier Simmons, Jonas Barhead, Bruce Bird, all in the mix. Christoph Flubus is there as well. Josal Betty, who's been putting in some great performances. And as we said earlier on in the show, when we first came to California in 2024, he took the win in the Category 2 race. So the first Category 2 racer to win in the Californian world.
So Category 2 on the way up this climb. This is critical, 7.7k at the moment. This is trying to push up the climb here.
Well, he's pushing at the moment, and you can see the riders on the screen at the 7.8 kilometre marker. They're on the climb at the moment and pushing up and over. Now, this is not one of the categorised climbs, but on the top right-hand corner of your screen, you can see the early damage in the first 8 kilometres of racing in this Category 2 race. Ross Fawcett on the right-hand side of your screen is old Betty. Oh, nice kit, Mr. Betty. Nice, a little bit of black and white. Olivier Simmons up and out and dancing on the saddle, on those pedals. Nitko, Machedo, all those 4-5 riders on your screen, part and parcel of this pack. They're motoring strongly at the moment in California. Well, the Category 2 pack are chasing a small group of leaders who are already up and around the corner, out of sight and out of mind. It's a dangerous place to be for the pack, not necessarily the lead group. 17 seconds, the top 5 riders are clear at the moment. SS, Van Erck, Bird, Graves and Lewis. That's a dangerous group of 5 riders because they are capable of staying clear. But there's some fantastic talent in this chase group behind, and chase they will to bring that group back. But at the moment, that group really motoring.
So the Category 2 rider leading this out, Bruce Bird, on the way here, just kicking on, looking to get that gap opened up here, looking to try and stretch that group even further clear here. Bird, Lewis, SS, Van Erck, Graves. Let's keep it going. Then get that gap opened up. This is definitely the case. Take that left-hand turn. Keep that push on. Now, Category 4, Giuliano, Termerton, Philo, Ronchetti, and Ivanov.
They are indeed. They are motoring on Mount Umanum at the moment. This is the first categorised climb. They're at a 17.9 kilometre marker. 18.6 is where the polka dot banner comes. Category 5 have already gone through this point. Mattila taking the 5 points, with Toro, Alvarez, Kuntz and Vlador picking up the rest of those points. Luke Elport, for those of you who are wondering where he is, still in the top 10. Category 6, 2 have been over. Joshua Kalangad led them through. Diego Narvaez, Kozanski, Smithson and Olsen, the top 5. Mohamed Mukhtari here in Category 4, working his way up into the top 5 on the road at the moment. They've got 400 metres till they see the banner at the moment. Kochkov and Termerton, the 2 riders starting to push off the front. Ryan Giuliano trying to cover the move. So is Mika Rusamaki. Mukhtari still in the top 10, but Kuchkov now out front. Termerton, Rusamaki coming through really fast and furious here, kicking down hard, trying to get to the banner first. The banner is just around the corner. Kochkov, I think, is going to make this and put on the polka dots. Rusamaki head hangs slightly, knowing that he's beaten, but good move. 4 points for Rusamaki, setting himself up well for the next climb.
So great riding by Mika Rusamaki. The Finnish rider goes over the top there, kicking his way up through that banner, though, at the top of the climb. The marker that we're about to start heading back down again. It's almost an identical descent as ascent before you run across towards the third of our climbs. Now, not all of the climbs are checkpointed here. 2 of the climbs 2 and 4, basically, of the 6 climbs are part of the climbs competition, where we see those points 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 point being allocated out to the riders. And the rest of the climbs are there really just doing damage out on race route to the legs. As these riders continue to push, you can just see the slick roads at the moment. It may be shining, some might be shining in California. However, a little bit damp where they are at the moment as we go back into category 1. Bjorn Andreasen at the moment with the gap. Mikhail Kaminski just slightly to the fore of the chasing bunch, who are out of sight behind Andreasen on a long breakaway at the moment. If he could take this to the finish, that would be absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
Don't put it past him. You know, he was a world champion doing this.
He was indeed. He is a great breakaway rider. And Andreasen off the front. It's around 20 seconds. Mikhail Kaminski, the first Category 1 rider to have a win in the Californian World on the Sunday Race Cup, but picking up the mantle and leading the charge behind Dont, Milostic, Power, Paradians and Noren, all in the mix. I think those riders who are really looking for the win today are sitting in the draft in the pack. And one of the riders I'm just taking a quick glance over the pack for is Jason Osborne, the world champion. Not seen him today. He's on the start sheets, but I don't think he's taken to the start itself.
Well, just taking a look through, I can't see him either. Does leave the door open because he is such a force to be reckoned with when the riders head out onto a race route. So definitely a rider to watch out for when he's there, but not here today.
So last week, no Jason Osborne either when the men were in Zurich. Skierski took the win from Pedersen, Vujasin, Knudsen and Vink. Those 5 riders were top last week. I think everybody is taking a little look around at who's on the start line and going, let's mix this up, shall we? And Andreasen is the rider mixing it up today.
Certainly looking good. We saw Mikhail Kaminski looking very focused there as well, just tapping away out of the saddle, just responding. This group, it's really nailed together. If you exclude Andreasen off the front, the rest of these riders, there's not so much urgency as we maybe would have expected from Category 1 at this stage.
Well, you take out who everybody would assume to be the favourite on a course like this, Jason Osborne, and you end up with sort of a two-way conversation with yourself and your team, don't you? Let's sit and see what everybody does and see who goes for this and see who's up for it and see who's got fresh legs versus okay, let's take the opportunity by the scruff of the neck, give it a shake, and I'm going out and I'm going to go out and make my presence felt.
I don't disagree with you. I think the problem with Category 1 almost is that everybody's so good. Anybody could respond. Anybody and everybody can go on the attack. You don't get to be Category 1 before you are at that level. And the one thing you know is I agree. The moment just Osborne's not there, everybody else thinks, hang on a minute, this is my chance for a win because we know that Osborne is so good as world champion. And it really mixes it up. In some ways, it's better being in Category 2 where there's such a variety of riders. And yes, they are all great, but you do have the opportunity of going on the move. And that's what we're seeing for Olivier Simmons. You've got the group up the road, 25 seconds up the road. He's got 7-8 seconds to the group behind. He's on a little bit of a push here. I mean,
you see, I think he's probably thought, I'll go off the front and see who'll come with me and see who wants to close
the gap.
Gone. And nobody's gone with him. And you would be shaking your head at this point in time because you would have thought 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 of those riders might have wanted to help to close the gap. But no, they haven't.
I think, though, you're always going to be looking. I mean, they're at 13K into this race route. This is a long drag from about kilometre 11, 12, when you come off the first descent from the first big rise. It's a long drag into Mount Omanum itself, and then the steeper section of that climb to the checkpoint at the top. It's just horrible. I mean, it's like 11K right the way through to 19K of uphill. It's 8K uphill. It's not an 8K climb. That's only the last bit that's officially climbed. And Mount Omanum is not simple because it is a lot of headwind as well. I mean, that's one of the things here. Realistically, you've got a lot of headwind until you hit kilometre 30 here.
Yes.
Sitting in a group, you would think would be the obvious move. And I think maybe because it's an obvious move, we've seen SS, Joe Lewis, Bruce Bird, Rick Van Erck, Phil Graves go on the offensive. And open up the gap. They just need to make sure they work together, I think, because they have the potential to put in a decent gap here.
Well, and also, you know, the section that they went was the tailwind section. There was a small tailwind section earlier on. They're now into the headwind. They're now in a group of 5, and they're now trying to stay clear. And that headwind stopping the attacks from behind. Well, Category 5, Luke Allport. Well, I said he was in the top 10. He's now in the top 2 because Nicholas Savick and Luke Allport have gone clear at the 25.2 kilometre marker, and they are racing strongly. 13 seconds clear of the group behind. That they are pushing and moving towards the climb before the Spring Road climb. There's one short climb. You can just see the gradient starting to go up on that graph on the top right hand corner of their screen. Category 6, a little bit further up the road, are up and over that point and coming up to the Spring Road climb. But Savick and Allport, the duo in Category 5, stretching now. It's out to 15 seconds.
Is 15 seconds enough to go over the climb clear? Probably not. Does it give you a bit of sliding room? Definitely. Category 6. I'm loving this move by Philo and Tiger at the moment. Tiger's a dangerous man to take to a sprint finish.
Yeah, he is.
You know, we know he's got a great sprint on him. He's a good climb as well. I'm just sort of taking a look at him as he comes in here. He's sitting doing a lot of resting at the back, which is a smart move.
Yeah, Category 6 just over half race distance. Category 1 at the coming up to the 12 kilometre marker, and Ollie Jones now deciding that Bjorn Andresen needs to be brought back into the fold. You can see him in the pain cave, up and out the saddles, dancing on those pedals. The cadence, the power, 583 watts at the moment coming out of Ollie Jones to close down that gap that Andresen set up. Gledness for Yasin, Dane, Knudsen, Confession strung out behind. The main group still at 7 seconds. Gledness coming through behind, in between Jones and Andresen and the group. It's a moment just to watch.
It is. It's intriguing, isn't it? The way that we're seeing these moves off the front, we're seeing it in multiple categories. They're racing this like it's a known course.
Well, a lot of it is.
But in its entirety, you can't just, it isn't. You can't just take a snapshot of 2/3 of the course and think, oh, I know how that last
but there are some
third
riders
will play out.
In this race field, particularly, who will love the additional distance today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I quite agree. I think it plays to those riders who maybe have focused on some bigger training volumes, some longer distances, who haven't just specialized in, when we had 45 kilometers week in, week out, you could very specialize. You could really make your training specialist for that distance. And your long ride didn't need to be that much long. It's half as much again. It's sort of the golden rule. Now, because we're getting race routes going out to 60K, we've got different ascents, we've got different routes. Those people who have not just been focused on that shorter distance, but have been focused on doing some bigger distances, are going to be looking at this thinking, yeah, actually, I can come into my own as we push onwards from here.
Well, and some of these riders, particularly when you take a look at Category 1 and actually scattered throughout the rest of the race fields, in fact, all 6 race fields, are managing multiple racing environments, and by that I mean time trials outdoors, crit racing, road racing. Ollie Jones was out on the crit and out on the tour on the road earlier on this year already, and they're mixing that with cycling esports.
And Bruce Bird, Grand Fondo rider, so big distances. He goes out, puts in the miles or kilometres on there, whichever you use to measure it, and getting in those big distances in the Grand Fondo. So, from massively long distances right the way down to people who've been track specialists in the past. Let's face it.
And also, you're mixing it in with people who are cycling esports specialists. Some of our riders. This is the racing they do. This is the riding they do. So it really is a mashup of all of these different cyclists coming together on the Sunday Race Club on the MyWhoosh platform and racing every Sunday. And, it makes for seriously exciting racing.
I'm so tempted to ask you if you class yourself now as a cycling esports racing specialist.
Oh.
Because by one of your criteria, I think you might technically be that.
Yes, I think I possibly would now.
So
I definitely wasn't. I
No.
definitely was a cyclocross and mountain bike racer for a very, very, very long time. And I used to race cycling esports to support the training really for those two disciplines. Now, I would probably say it has completely flipped.
And now you're a cycling esports
Esports.
racer.
Yeah.
I mean, a general rider, but cycling
Yeah, I
esports
suppose
racer.
that's where I do my racing, yeah,
There you go.
at the moment. I might pin a number on outdoors this year sometime.
Careful.
I know, it's been a long time. It's been a long time.
Not as
But
long
it
as it has
might
for me.
happen if I can find a race on a Saturday.
Yeah, we can't have races. You can't do races on Sunday. We're going to be here at the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, coming to you each and every week of the year. And it doesn't stop for anything. There might be the Winter Olympics on at the moment, where you might find the MyWhoosh Championships. You might find the UCI cycling esports championships taking place next winter. But you know what? The Sunday Race Club keeps on coming at you week in, week out. All of our riders verified and checked across all 6 categories. Jump on board. Come and join Carlos Bulgarin in category 4 if that's where you sit in terms of ability level. With category 6 right the way through to 1, there is a space for you on the Sunday Race Club. Jump on board and join. Download the app on iOS, on Windows, on Android. If you need help, the Facebook pages are amazing. The team are there monitoring and watching. They're really responsive. You can ask a question and get an answer. And I know in today's environment that doesn't always happen.
And the
but
question is, has Rick Van Erck made the front pack? The answer, yes. He has indeed.
He's in the break.
He is indeed in the break
That's
with SS,
big.
Graves, Lewis and Bird. What a move. They're at over 40 seconds now. And Van Erck climbing really strongly. The added watts have been on screen, contributing to the push here. The push is coming at the 18.2 kilometre marker because they are a few hundred metres now from the polka dot banner. And he's going to go head to head with SS for that skin suit.
So this kick is going to be critical. You come around the right-hand turn. It straightens out, and then there's the left-hand turn. It's really tricky to get the timing right. SS has a big kick on him. He goes at 12, now 13, now 14 watts per kilo. Rick Van Erck is at 12 watts per kilo himself. It's going to be Van Erck's. He punches the air in delight. Well, the winning ways of the Netherlands continues here today. Rick Van Erck takes the first gap at the top of the climb. He went up there faster than Van der Poel went up the second of our big climbs at Hoest in the Netherlands.
Well, the polka dots are now on the back of Rick Van Erck. He's on your screen in that orange of the Netherlands. SS, Graves, Bird, Lewis, all part of the group. But I tell you, Van Erck and SS have put 7 seconds on Graves, Bird and Lewis with that push for the banner. The pack behind at 33 seconds.
It's a long way to the next big climb. We do have an intermediate climb coming up. There's not a checkpointed climb. The third of the climbs here today, kicking off at just after 26 kilometers. So there is distance to be made by that leading group if they can get the band back together again at the front, as the saying goes. They need everybody. It's no good just having your lead singer and your lead guitarist. You need your drummer, your bass player, and your backing vocalist.
I tell you, when there's 42 riders in the chase group hunting you down.
And they are absolutely stuffed full of talented riders here today. And that's going to be critical as these riders descend down. How much pressure do they put on the pedals to close the gap to the leaders? It's not a huge gap, but it might be enough to stay clear for a little bit longer. I have to say, I'm not sure the break is going to have it in their gift to be able to go all the way to the finishing line. I think they'd be happy to make it to the start of our next checkpointed climb, and that is the Spring Road Climb. Category 2 in action here in California. Quick reminder of the total race distance for you, 58.8 kilometers for all of our race categories. It's the same for category 1 as it is for category 6. The same amount of climbing, 844 meters. If you want to see the course profile, if you want to see the wind direction, if you want to see where the checkpoints fall, then go on to mywhoosh.com and then go to events and click onto the relative page for Sunday Race Club. Now, you'll find that there is Sunday Race Club in 3 places. There is the next women's, the next men's qualifiers, but there is also the general Sunday Race Club. You can go on there, and it's got all of the race maps on there on the events page, or you can just go to MyWhoosh Info and just click on there and get all the details there as well.
Yeah, but if you want the documents that you need to join the Sunday Race Club, click on the actual race entry.
Yes.
That is where you will find the documents that you need to come and join the Sunday Race Club. Or you can join in February. It doesn't matter which week you come in to the Sunday Race Club. You need 2 qualifying races to be in a team for the final, but you can still race the monthly final as an individual. So you can join the Sunday Race Club any week of the year. Well, Johan Noren on your screens at the moment, part and parcel of this leading group in the Category 1 race. They're at the 17.8 kilometre marker. They're 600 metres from the top of the first categorised climb, Mount Umanum, and the push is now on. Mikhail Kaminski is the rider pushing on. Andreasen has responded. Skierski now winding it up as well as Panitza. Don't closing it down with a 10 watt per kilo kick here, but Kaminski responding on the front. Mikhail Kaminski has decided today is the day in California. He is dreaming of the win and dreaming big, but the first dream is the polka dot banner. Andreasen is going to battle him for it, and so is Skierski.
And I wouldn't discount anybody in that league group yet, because we are just coming up onto the flatlands at the top. We're just starting to stretch over the top, and we saw that when we saw that battle between SS and Rick van Erck, where they were fighting for the first place in Category 2, just ahead of these riders. As you come around these 2 right-hand turns here, it rises and falls. Big kick coming from Don, goes over the top into second place, goes into the lead. We know Don can sprint. He's now attacking. He's got Skierski on his heels, though. This is going to come down to this final kick in towards the line. You can see Skierski pushing. He's not going to challenge Don, though. Don goes through. He's going to take that push. Pedersen came at the last moment as well. Has Pedersen done enough to come through? He's not. It's going to take, let's take a little check. 3rd place, it's Don in 1, Skierski in 2, Pedersen in 3, Knudsen in 4, and Kaminski in 5. That leading group coming through, Planter, I think, just being distanced a little bit as they came over the top. But Don taking away the checkpoint there. The Mount Umanum climb winners. All these riders taking away the checkpoint prize from Category 6 with Joshua Callingard right the way through to Category 1 with Ruben Don. Don't get all these results on mywhoosh.com/results. On mywhooshinfo.com.
Yeah, interesting. 13 riders in the leading group. Plantero closing down and needing to get back on into the mix. Van Hee, Safrazadi, Noren, Milostic and Confession are the second group on the road now. Well, you can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen, we've got Pedersen and Don off the front of the pack. We've then got the main group of 13, and we've then got the smaller group behind. We could see them all reconvene, but we might see the gaps grow. Who knows? That's the joy of watching the racing.
I know, so it's predicted, and my prediction is we're going to see all those riders come back together. We're going to see the polka dot and the green jersey come back into the fold for the next section, because I don't think anybody wants to take on this next section solo, apart from maybe Bjorn Andreasen, who seems to be prepared to go solo pretty much anywhere, but it's a big ask. You've got a long section here. I mean, initially, as you come off this climb, you do have a slight cross to tailwind, but it's probably not going to be enough. Marcin Wozniak back in with Category 2 as we come diving down here at the moment. You can just see Wozniak, the rider in the chasing group, and at the front of the chasing group, Mr. X100 Ollie Simmons, along with Marcin Wozniak, Michel Machado, Jaquila's in there, Bengston chasing, Gojak as well. Just starting to see this second group almost split off the front. It's 20 seconds to the leaders. 4 chasers, make that maybe 5 if we see the move pay off for Jaquila, who's sandwiched in between. Interesting the way this is playing out with that leading group who've gone over the top initially, taking away that lead as they went over the checkpoint. Now we're starting to see the chasers behind just starting to think about that overall race and those overall positions as the chasing bunch, and this is what's left of the bunch. It's still a reasonably big package you can see coming through on your screen. For reasonably big, read huge, coming in to sight. Now let's jump across. We're going across to the leaders on the road at the moment. This is the Category 6 race with Philo, Smithson, Motmans, Newman, Rademacher and Coe. At the moment, the two leaders are Miguel Philo and Matt Smithson on the climb. So Matt Smithson taking a break from the Sunday Race Club for a little while as he's busy on duties abroad, being out there. Great to see that support from MyWhoosh at the
Tour Down
Under supporting the young riders jersey. Great to see that. I think clearly Matt Smithson reinvigorated by seeing all those pros in action, the professional riders in action.
Well,
now
and the
in
MyWhoosh
here with
community down
Miguel
there as
Philo.
well.
Yes, I'm sure it's really body because at the moment he's in the leading duo. Now, the dynamic duo of Philo and Smithson, clear of Motmans, Newman, Rademacher, and Mattman. It's Kevin Motmans on the left-hand side of your screen on the boardwalk at the moment, looking to close this gap down at the moment. But for me, it's a big ask. I mean, we are on the big climb. We are on Spring Road climb here. And this is one of the key things. You've got this big wooden boardwalk. It twists, it turns. It's one of those courses that you can get away on and get out of sight. And that's what the leading two have done.
And that is one of the tricks, isn't it? You know, if you want to go clear on a climb, you need to be out of sight and out of mind, or else there's the motivation to drive, the motivation to catch if your leaders are in sight. Well, Theo and Smithson doing the business in Category 6 on the Spring Road climb, the second of the categorised climbs today on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. And boom, we go back with Category 1. Who's in the break? Bjorn Andreasen, Niall Pedersen, and Michael Knudsen. The Danish rider who rides a lot in Switzerland as well, used to regularly climbing a lot of mountains when he rides outdoors.
Rider who has the most podiums of all time on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club.
Consistency.
98 podiums for Michael Knudsen.
How many first places do you know?
I can tell you Michael Knudsen has taken 22 wins, 45 second places, and 31 third places. He's been in the top 5 a further 41 times in addition to that as well. 192 Sunday Race Clubs.
And I'll probably tell you, without looking at his stats, that most of those have come on climbing courses.
Yes, but he's not a pure climber.
Yeah, but he does like.
He climbs well, but he's then got a good sprint. Now I've seen him. He don't get me wrong. You put him in a bunch sprint, and he's not going to take the win. But you put him in a sprint at the end of a climbing course.
Yeah, okay.
You know, the best sprinting climber. I know he's kind of an oxymoron, but it is about being able to. You know, you can climb all you want, but if you've got riders together at the end of the race, even if it's 2, you still got to out sprint whoever you're with.
Yes, that is true. Well, let's just take a look at Category 2 because Olivier Simmons has company now in the chase group. So we had a 5-rider breakaway in Category 2. We still have those, but they're only 6 seconds up the road because Olivier Simmons, X100, Jakob Bjorklund, Gustav Berlin, have joined him in a 5-rider chase group. There is then a gap back to the main bunch. So it is now working for Simmons. Simmons was the rider trying to bridge the gap from the main bunch to the leading group on the road. He was running solo for some time. Now on the climb, he has company and they are coming back to the leading group. They really are coming back as well, and they're coming back strongly. X100, Bjorklund there as well. These 2 riders going to make the juncture. They're going to sit on the back of Graves, Van Erck, SS and Lewis. Wozniak is going to come over as well. The front group now swells, and now one long snaking line of Category 2 riders out on the Spring Road climb.
So Category 2 at the moment, making the way up this big ascent here to the 26k marker. This is the lump over and down. Spring Road climb summit has been crested by the first riders over the top. That's Category 6. Not on your screens at the moment. We will give you the result because not sure when we'll go back to Category 6. Miguel Philo with Matt Smithson going over the top in that order. And then Navarro, Newman, Paso. The further point scorers, Rademacher, Motmans and Mamba go through, with Ibrahim and Van Beurs rounding out the top 10 so far at the top of the Spring Road climb. So that's at summit at the 36.9 kilometre mark.
Yes, Category 2 are not on the Spring Road yet. My mistake, because they are on the small climb beforehand. Because one big climb is not enough. Let's put a little small steep one in the way on the run in.
On my map, where I've notated it, I call it Climb 3.
Oh, well, there we go.
It's very unimaginative, I know, because we have 6 climbs today,
Well, should we take a
2
look
of
at the
which are on
course
there.
profile?
That'd probably be a good idea, because then I can just check that I counted correctly. Counting's never my strong point on the way through. So California course profile. Count the bumps: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 if you include the finish. The Category 2 riders are on climb 3. That's from the left-hand side, I hasten to add, because that's from kilometre 0 to kilometre 58.8. I mean, when we focus in over the Spring Road climbing, let's look at the right-hand side of this map. 35k, 36k onwards, effectively. Big downhill to 43, 44k.
Yes.
Then you've got that section through Spring Road Sprint. We've then got the bump, climb 5, before the final finish. Would you go on the finishing climb in that headwind, or would you be going early where it's not so much of a headwind if you're wanting to open that gap up?
Well, it's a really good question, and I think we may well see some long range attacks go at that 49, 50 kilometre marker. But there's a tailwind pretty much up that climb. So the pack are going to roll and roll well. I think it's potentially not going to be long enough to establish a big break. But you are correct. The early part of that final climb has a really strong headwind. So it is going to condense the group, and it is going to slow the group down. With the gradients that we're going to see at the finale today, slowing the group down, that finish line is going to feel a very long way off.
Just get deja vu from the women's race earlier
on
there.
I know.
700 metre kicker at the end of the women's race. This is a little bit longer here in
3K.
the men's race. Coming up 3k to that finishing line, all uphill and with a headwind, except for the very last sections. It's going to be about getting the timing right once again here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club.
Well, getting their timing right once again in Category 1. Bjorn Andreasen is part of the 4-rider breakaway. It's looking like they've got around 20 seconds or more on the group behind, but it's Knudsen, Pedersen, Jones, Andreasen. That is a group that could go clear and stay clear. Noren Van He Power on the front of the pack behind. That's going to be an interesting one to watch.
It certainly is. Category 1 just breaking 4 riders clear. We're going to dive in with Category 5. I'll step up from Category 6. The rider on your left-hand side at the top, David Young from the United States of America. Grant Womack from Shropshire in the United Kingdom. There in the black and yellow jersey.
Shropshire is not a region of the UK that seems very well known outside of the UK.
And it should be, because it's got some beautiful cities like Ludlow, fortified city with a great castle, has an event called Storm the Castle. It's got some lovely rolling countryside. It's a battlefield of old. It's got so many castles because it's on the Welsh
very
English
instrumental
border.
in the Welsh-English border. Yes.
It is indeed, and it's great riding country. If you ride a mountain bike or you ride a road bike, it's a great place to go ride. Don't know where David Young is in the United States. What state are you in, David? I don't know, actually. We'll find out.
We'll find out, and we'll focus on it next week.
Yeah.
Is Ironbridge in Shropshire as well?
I want to say yes. Ironbridge Gorge, the home of the Industrial Revolution in the United Kingdom. Other industrial revolutions are available, but generally not regarded as quite so instrumental. Emma's now going to find where Ironbridge Gorge is. It's named after the very first iron bridge that came out.
It's in Shropshire. In the borough of Telford and Wrekin.
It is. It's actually, yes, it's the northern end of Shropshire, if I remember correctly, because it's on the way to a number of places that I've been on the mic for cyclocross.
Have you?
Randomly.
I've done some fell running races in the Wrekin.
Yes.
Many, many decades ago. Anyway, enough about that. We were
just going to say, I didn't realize it was a history lesson. Okay, let's go into the riders out on race route at the moment. Category 6 leading this race out. They're the first riders away. Category 1, the last riders away. As you can see, riders spread all the way out and through the course. Category 5 chasing Category 6 up the Spring Road climb. Category 5 at the moment breaking apart with Vladimir Toro on the front of the race. He's got 5 seconds to Mattila, who's the rider in the polka dot skid suit, looking to bring that gap back down. Toro leading out at the moment. They're at the 36.6k marker. They have to get to the 36.9k mark, so only a few hundred meters more to go. And Toro with the gap at the moment. So Vladimir Toro sprinting his way up on the right-hand side of your screen. And remember, he's not got that polka dot jersey as putting in the best performance on climb number 1. But what can he do here? He's going to take away maximum points.
No, Tavi Mattila has the jersey on his back, and he was in the top 10. There he is.
And
now starting to move. He's going to have those points from the earlier climb. He's trying to pick up points on this climb as well. Does Toro hold it? Well, I'm just taking a look. It's an interesting question. Did Toro pick up points in that first climb as well? A quick scroll back down the results, I'm hoping is going to tell me. But I think the jersey on the back, yes, he did. He picked up 4 points to Mattila's 5 in that first climb. He picks up 5 points to Mattila's 3 in the second climb. So the polka dot skin suit goes to Toro.
Great running by Toro to come through to take away top spot in that sprint from Reimers, Mattila, Braun and Womack, who came over the top of that climb in Category 5 in the top 5. What looks to be 18 riders in that leading group just going over the top in Category 5. Behind Category 3, 2 and 1, making their way towards that same point with Category 4. The nearest riders there in the red, then the dark blue of Category 3, then it's the green of Category 2 at the moment, being led by Mr. X100, who's fast approaching that 200 race marker. This 199th participation in the Sunday Race Club for Mr. X100, one of our long-time supporters of the racing here, and doing an amazing job of that's a lot of time on the bike, riding your bike, putting in the kilometers, going out and racing, animating the racing. So next week, potentially, could be number 200.
Well,
could be. Who knows?
If he's on the start line. But I'm sure he will be, actually, because who wouldn't want to have 200 Sunday Race Clubs under your belt? Franklin Almeida on the screen at the moment, part and parcel of the Category 4 pack. They're at the 36.6 kilometre marker. This is the run for the polka dot banner. Arthur Corbani, the rider from Brazil, pushing on at the front. He's 4 seconds clear of the group. Termerton now starting to wind it up. So is Giuliano, so is Kochkov. These riders starting to push on, but Corbani is going to go underneath the banner. Absolutely brilliant riding from Arthur Corbani, goes underneath in one. Kochkov is chasing the points behind to hold on to that polka dot skin suit, but he loses it to Giuliano. Ryan Giuliano, I know I say it, he's a class rider, but Kochkov, boom, takes it back. It's taken a little while for the computer to add up the numbers, but look at that. Kochkov in polka dots.
So Corbani in 1, Termerton in 2, Giuliano in 3, Kochkov in 4, Ivanov in 5. And that little delay between Giuliano hitting the line and Kochkov there, giving the jersey initially to Giuliano, then Kochkov being awarded his points, taking that back. One of the reasons that the computer was having to it's not steam driven, I can confirm that, although we were talking about Ironbridge Gorge and the Industrial Revolution. It is processing. There were 25 riders over together, over the line, pretty much in the blink of an eye.
We're going to blink of an eye at the moment because George King is out front in Category 3. They too are on the Spring Road climb. And King doing a phenomenal job here. He's 19 seconds clear of Bakken, Pony, Marks, Guarin, Butcher, Kalman. They're all in the pack on the right-hand side of the road chasing, but they're around 150, 200 meters behind George King. King is out. He's gone early, but at 35.8, he's still got 800 meters, and more to go.
It's a long way on your own, but we will see. 13 seconds is good. Bakken looking to cement that second place of this big group on the way up. Mount Umanum, very interesting before this in Category 3. Carlstrom from Ellis, from Squilari, Samela, and Las Canotegi. I love all the new names, but it does mean I've got to do a double take sometimes. My apologies. I will have it smooth and fluid by the time you get to take the win next week.
You've got 663 riders on the start sheets on the Sunday Race Club, but as of February now, it really is a phenomenal effort. In fact, I remember when we had a total number of riders that equals the women's race of 227. That's the number of women who took to the start line earlier on today. They're on the entry list. 436 men today. Nick Squilari, I tell you, he is a master tactician, Nick Squilari. He plays the racing to perfection. George King, 18 seconds up the road, but Squilari part and parcel of the chase.
Squilari, third place at the first of our checkpoint climbs, Mount Umanum. This is a Spring Road climb. He'll be looking to get there. A quick reminder, Carlstrom, Elos, Squilari, Samela, Lascano, Tegi, it's getting smoother, taking fifth place.
Well, Squilari lining himself up for that overall climbing competition. This is the final climb of two in that polka dot competition today here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in California. The finale of the Spring Road climb at the 36.9 kilometer mark is the finale of the climbs competition. The winner of that polka dot skin suit will remain in it till the checkered flag.
That's a huge group
of Category 3 riders. And there we go. George King goes underneath the banner. He's going to take away the 5 points. It's a 15-second gap back, and Gomez and Squilari are going head-to-head. Squilari's just kicked at 10.5, winding up to nearly 11 watts per kilo because he wants those points. He wants as many points as possible in that competition. He goes through the banner in third place.
And that gives him 6 points in total for Squilari going over the line. Just going to do a double check though as he goes in through. Just waiting for our computer just to update a little here.
It's King, Gomez, Squilari, Wisniewski and Bakken. Those are the riders picking up the points. And Nick Squilari, he's done enough. He knew what he needed to do, and he is in that polka dot skin suit.
So 6 points takes him clear of anybody else. King taking away 5 points on the way up and over the top. Meanwhile, we're going to go dive down into Category 1 as we see the move here by Pedersen along with Knudsen and Jones. Interestingly, Bjorn Andrensen on the climb being dropped from this leading trio of riders, a triumvirate of talent to porterism on the climb.
Well, Knudsen, Pedersen and Jones. Jones, you can see the two different styles of the riders on your screen at the moment. Jones sitting down, tapping out the rhythm. Pedersen up and out of the saddle, using that very bespoke cycling esports style. But he's in the draft. He's where he needs to be. And he really is trying to manage that effort and stay with Knudsen and Jones, who I would normally have said were the stronger climbers of the three. I'm pausing there because I was just imagining Matt was going to contradict me. But
well, I'm only going to say, when I see Niall Pedersen racing on screen, the camera angle that he regularly uses makes him look like quite a big sort of power rider. But it's not. He's an absolute pocket rocket, so he's actually quite small. And because of that, I think it's deceptive. And I think it's very easy when we only see one camera angle or two camera angles for us to get a distorted look of how riders are.
I think, you know, if riders do want to take a look back when the riders walked out on screen at the World Championships earlier in November last year, because Pedersen came out there and put in an outstanding performance. Really, really did. And it's well worth a watch back. But Knudsen, Pedersen and Jones are going head-to-head here. Jakob Dane leading the charge with Sai Safrazadi, but they're 17 seconds back on the climb and climbing strongly.
And remember, Sai Safrazadi had been distanced from the chasing group from the leaders. He was in Group 3 on the road. So basically, he's come back. Group 2 and 3 have reformed together here. they've come back together because Syed Safrizadi has had to chase on to get back into
and
this
Mikel
pack.
Plantero is back in the mix as well. 13 riders back in this group together. It's a big chase group.
I'm just taking a quick check to see who's not back in. So Nora not into this group.
And Andreasen off the back and out.
Yeah, Andreasen has gone literally, whether his legs have gone pop or he's got an tech issue, don't know.
I would have said he's probably done a Phil Graves. Phil Graves originally, many moons ago, always used to go hard for an hour, and then you'd find him working his way back through the group. Maybe Andreasen has had the same today. He's gone so hard for the first 50 minutes that now, well, it is up to the rest of his team.
We will see. He's certainly been putting down the efforts down there for the Team Scandi Racing. Andreasen, Dagan, Pedersen, and Dance Racing for Team Scandi Racing. One of 3 teams of 4. Quick reminder, Boss moves only. Were you to have Osborne, Knudsen, Vink, and Safrizadi? It's Knudsen and Safrizadi representing them. And then Alpha Joe with Chirrut, Vajasin, Kaminsky, and Jones. That's category 1, but this is category 2.
And Rick Van Erck has still got time to wave at the camera. I tell you, he's got to have some power in those rear pockets today because he's doing a sterling job. He was in that breakaway for so long. They are all back together again on this climb at the 35.5 kilometre marker. X100 Betty leading the charge here. Van Erck is the rider in polka dots because we saw him go up Mount Umanum and pick up those points in the battle with SS. But look at the size of the group. There were 42 riders in the chase group when there were 5 riders out front. I think that still it's probably got to be 30 riders. Joel Lewis, he was in the lead group. He's gone back through the back of the group. Morgan Christensen is in the chase group behind, but this group now, the leading group on the road in category 2.
And on this long climb, Mr. X100 at the moment leading this pack up the climb. The riders behind all tapping out a rhythm. Everybody wants to stay in. They'll know this climb well. It's a climb that we've used time and time again. This is a regular finish that we've used previously, going in through the gorge and then out the other side. But now we keep on going. The course being redesigned, rejigged. The top of the Spring Road climb coming at a different position on race route, and now 58.8k. It means we've 2 more climbs to come after Spring Road climb. None of them are of the scale of this climb, but they're still going to take the toll, particularly as they come after the 50-kilometre marker, and that is when the legs are really going to be feeling it. Up on towards the top go category 2, but category 6 are riders who set off first. We saw the gap that had opened up. It's come back down again. We have one group back together again at the 50-kilometre marker, and we are now going over the top of the 50.8k mark. They've got up that 5th climb.
They've got 8k to go to the finish line. They're going to run in on the flatlands to that 55-kilometre marker. Then just after the 55-kilometre marker, the climb is going to start, and that climb is going to take them to the checkered flag. Navarro, Fio, Passo, Rademacher, Smithson, Newman, Mamba, all in that leading group in category 6. Back in category 2, they're coming to the top of the 2nd climb, the Spring Road climb. SS is now pushing because he's got the 4 points against Van Erck. Van Erck is going to have to battle with SS again. Machedo is there as well, getting in the mix and picking up the points. Van Erck needs to push if he wants to hold on because SS is now going to pick up 5 points. Van Erck needs to pick up 4 if he stands any chance of holding that jersey. What is going to happen?
It was SS from Rick Van Erck going over the top there. It was Van Erck from SS last time around. They'll be tied on points. So go down to time gaps going through. Who's got it? Van Erck at the moment. He's holding that jersey. We'll see if he's holding that by the time we come to the end.
What a competition within a competition.
It's such a battle between the riders, and that's how close it is. When you look at the riders there, Betty, Trzynski, Kane, David, Nick, Lewis Ridley, it's so hard to break clear on the front, even as you come up over the top of the climb. Spring Road climb complete. SS taking the win there from Rick Van Erck, from Mr. X100 in 3rd, Michel Machado in 4th, Peter Trzynski coming through in 5th, Concaid in 6th, Giselle Betty in 7th, Ross Forster in 8th, Alexi Cameron in 9th, and Angus Benston in 10th position.
26 riders in that leading group now, and they've just picked up a Category 3 rider on the back as well.
Great place to be if you're on that descent, because if you can stay with that group on this big descent, it's going to really pull you through the field. They're catching Category 5 riders as well out on the road, so make the most of this. If you're on the way down, kick in to stay in with that group on the little rises before you start descending. This is going to be really instrumental if you've just been picked up by another category on the way over the top there. Category 2 through the top of the summit and Spring Road climb. Category 1 on the way. Knudsen, Pedersen and Jones 11 seconds up on this group at the moment. Degen with a slight advantage.
Yeah, Dane, Vujasin, Skierski, Safrazadi all pushing here as they come around this right-hand bend. The turns, the sweeps on this road keep the leading group out of sight. 3 riders still clear. Pedersen, Jones and Knudsen on the climb ahead. Vujasin doing a great job here, part and parcel of the front of this pack with Dane, Power and Skierski. Dont is still in the mix as well, so is Safrazadi, but it's Dont in the polka dot skin suit. And while the main points are going to go to Jones, Pedersen and Knudsen, unless the group can close down 12 seconds. Well, Matt's shaking his head on the other side of the studio, and that's because there is no enough road left for that to happen, because this leading trio are going to come around the right-hand bend, and then they are going to sight the polka dot banner. Pedersen and Jones on your screen as Pedersen pushes for the banner.
So Pedersen's going to go underneath the banner. He's going to take those maximum points. He'll take 5 points on his way through. 4 for Knudsen, 3 for Jones. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, because it was Dont, Skierski, Pedersen, Knudsen and Kaminski. And by my reckoning, now Pedersen should have done enough to take away the top prize, the overall prize in that climbs competition. We'll have to wait and see. Matt's maths is notoriously
bad. Dont has no points. So Ruben Dont, who had 5 points last time, now Pedersen takes 5 points this time. Knudsen takes 4. Jones takes 3. Dane takes 2. Safrazadi takes 1. Vujasin, Kaminski, Tugels and Dont are in the chase group.
So you can see now Pedersen taking the checkpoint prize at the top of the climb with a time of 55 minutes 24 seconds, some 2.5 minutes quicker than SS. You can see just outside the hour is George King in Category 3, an hour and 2 minutes. Category 4 is Arthur Corbani, an hour and nearly 5 minutes for Vladimir Torov, Category 5, and Miguel Filo rounding out our checkpoint winners for Category 6. So don't forget, make sure that you grab yourselves the results that you can do so on MyWhoosh.com on the way round. Don't forget, you can also grab those results at MyWhoosh info as well. A little bit of a rejig in terms of the format on the MyWhoosh event results and on the MyWhoosh info. Lots of great information on both. If you want to go all stats geek and indulge yourself with some numbers on a Sunday. Well, the numbers on Sunday that we're watching is Category 6 and Category 5. The first 2 sets of riders away. Leaders in Category 6, the group of riders on the right-hand side of your screen at 54.3k. They're on the run towards our final ascent. It is a kick to the finishing line. Climb 6 of 6 here today. A little bit further back, Category 5 just going over the top of climb number 5, and that is just under 51k covered. Solo leader Felix Reimers clear of Carlos Alvarez and that chasing group who are currently at 3 seconds. The Category 4 leaders, top right-hand side of your screen at the moment, is Hulhorst with Rushma. They have a little bit of a gap back to, it's going to be Hulhorst clear of Solly and the chasing group. So
it's a Category 5 rider.
So, Category 5 rider just in there. Could just about see the helmet when I was taking a quick look up at that screen. Category 3, Ollie Solar at the moment with Buchewecki. Come on, Radislav, keep on going. I've got my faith in you here on his way through. I need his prediction to come right every now and then. Followed by the chasing group at 7 seconds. That's Oya, Pony, Kalman, Bakker, and King. So we'll see who is going to go through. Quick reminder for you as these riders come in and through. The lost sprint checkpoint coming at 45.5 kilometers. The sprint win. I'm just going to revel in this for a moment. The sprint win overall going to Butchwecki, who held on over the climb to take the points. In fact, at the Spring Road Sprint, not only did he score points, he won it.
I know. Matt's predictions correct today.
Put the date in your diary. It doesn't happen often.
Well, at the 55.2 kilometre marker, the Category 6 race field are the leaders on the road. They were the first riders out of the pen over an hour and a half ago. 1 hour, 34 minutes, 17 seconds of racing. When I took a quick look there, Mamba, Passo, Rademacher, 7 riders in this lead group. Matt Smithson just getting distanced off the back. He's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to close this down. But at the moment, it's a 4-second gap to Smithson. The 7 riders continuing to push. They are coming to the base of the climb. This is it at the 55.5 kilometre marker. Now we climb to the checkered flag. Passo, Fio, Rademacher, Navarro, Newman, Mamba, Motmans. The climb has begun. Miguel Fio, the Brazilian rider, on the front at the moment.
So let's see who's going to take this. Will Smithson just taking a bit of a breather, or has all that travelling around the world, the globe-trotting started to take its toll? It always takes time.
Work always gets in the way of cycling.
It does get in the way of cycling quite a lot, although if you can take a bike or pick up a bike whilst you're out riding about, sometimes it lets you ride somewhere different. But don't underestimate the amount of damage travelling does. It really does take its toll on people when you go out and ride. Sometimes that's why some of the best riders are the best. It's not because they're necessarily just the strongest, but also because they recover from the travelling.
Well, Phil Graves at the moment is doing some pushing on the front here, because this is the run for the final sprint checkpoint at the 45.5 kilometre marker. It's a long run out for Phil Graves here, but he is pushing and pushing hard. Machado, Nitko, Bjorklund, Kalman, Ospina, Kane, all in the pack behind. But Graves is the rider on the front, and he's got riders around. But now the move starts from behind to chase Phil Graves.
Godshank at the moment leading the charge behind Graves. Graves with the distance. He's got to take the left-hand turn. It's going to feel a long, long way for Phil Graves. It's going to feel a lot more than the 500 metres or so that he's got to get to the line. They're coming behind him. Are they coming quick enough? I'm not sure that they are here. It's going to be close. It's 5 seconds behind Graves. Graves still pushing at 6 watts per kilo. I think he's going to have this. That's a great move by Graves to go clear. He pushed on hard. They responded, and he just kicked even harder behind Mr. X100. He's going to go into second place here to score the 4 here if he can stay clear of Machado. But Machado's coming at 11 watts per kilo. We know Michel Machado from Portugal has got a massive kick. He uses that to good effect. Graves in 1, Machado into Mr. X100 in 3.
Machado has points from the first sprint. So does SS. So those 2 riders, I think, are going to be battling for the green skin suit. But it's gone on to the shoulders of Machado. Nice move. Nice push to pick up those points and take the sprint competition overall.
He took what was, I think, 3 points on sprint number 1. And then on sprint number 2, took 4, giving him that 7-point total as he came in through. He takes away the green skin suit as our sprints winner on the day. Just got to get to that finishing line. Our climbs competition has been won by SS. It's come to, I think he said, Emma's face just says, has he? Coming through. We've certainly got no more climbs to come. I can confirm that. We're just going to take a little bit of a scroll through to do a double bit check on the way in, but I'm pretty sure, unless I am seeing things, which wouldn't be the first time due to a lack of coffee, just for the riders coming in. Might take that under advisement, because it just seems to me that the polka dot skin suit has disappeared. I just saw it on my screen.
Well, I think it's Rick Van Erck.
Well done, Rick. My apologies. It is Rick Van Erck. There you go.
There you go. See?
More coffee required.
Well, X100, Graves and Wozniak pushing on at the front here, and Bruce Bird just around 3 seconds back, leading the charge behind. So Graves, Wozniak, and X100 now motoring on the flatlands here at the 46.8 kilometre marker. Let's just remember it's 58.8 kilometres. That is the finish line today. 13.3 kilometres from the banner at the Spring Road sprint to the checkered flag. 2 more climbs to go in Category 2. On the right-hand side of your screen, well, they're coming up to the 2K to go mark.
2K, 2,000 meters. Unfortunately, there's a lot of meters of ascent to go. Our riders climbing from it's literally just over sea level, right the way up to just under 200 meters above sea level. It's a big climb. It's going to be tough stuff here today as we see the sprint unfold a bit further back down the road in Category 1 now. Pedersen clearly wanting those points. Michael Knudsen, though, in the breakaway here with 13 seconds gap. They just move it. These two could work together. You see, Pedersen goes for the sprint. He goes for that jersey. He didn't see that being contested by Knudsen, really.
But he's taken both of them so far. So Pedersen takes away the green jersey and the polka dots, leading them through in Category 1 at that Spring Road sprint point at the 45.5 kilometre marker. Phil Graves, we saw, led through Category 2. Radoslav Bajuswecki led through Category 3. Franklin Almeida, Category 4. Carlos Alvarez, Category 5. And Miguel Fio, Category 6. An hour and 4 minutes of racing for Category 1 at that 45.5 kilometre marker. 13.3k to go. And it's Knudsen and Pedersen, 2 riders clear. Ollie Jones has been dropped from that group, and he is back in with the chasers. While Jones might be back in with the chasers in Category 1, leaving 2 riders out front. 11 riders in that chase group. So a strong chasing group behind Pedersen and Knudsen. Further down the road, Category 5 and Category 6 are on their way to the finish line. Felix Reimers in Category 5, climbing strongly at the base of the climb. He's 19 seconds clear of the chasing group, but it's a huge group. It's a long climb. He's 3 kilometres from the finish line. Well, Miguel Fio in Category 6 is a lot closer to the finish line than that, but he's still around 1,250 metres away. Mikael Rademacher is the rider closing him down at the moment at 2 seconds. Newman, Motmans, Passo, Navarro are all further back down the hillside. Category 4 on the top right-hand corner of your screen. Caught up with a huge group of Category 5 riders, so you've got a real mix of colours in that group, but the pack rolling and rolling strongly. They too are now on the final climb, so 3 out of our 6 categories on the final climb to the checkered flag now.
So this run to the line is going to be key. They're all now focusing their sights on what is coming up ahead on that run to the finish. All 6 race categories coming together as we come towards the end of the race. We're just in with Guillaume Assen at the moment. The Frenchman tucked into the Category 4 pack here as they come up this climb here at the 55.8k mark. They're going to come through thick and fast here in the finish. Strap yourself in, get yourself ready. It's going to be fast, it's going to be furious. It's going to be on climb number 6, and that's where we are now with Category 4. So Fast and Furious 6 is going to unfold in front of you. Who's got the seatbelts fastened? Who is ready for this? Let's hope nobody needs those airbags at the moment. The man who is floating up, he's lighter than air. It's Miguel Filo who's got the gap on Mikael Rademacher in Category 6. Mark Newman currently in 3rd place, 5 seconds down on Rademacher, who's 3 seconds down on Filo. They've got a gap to Motmans, Passo, Navarro, and Mamba. Will they stay in that order as they come up this slope? 58 kilometers covered at the moment, 800 or so meters left, less than a kilometer for the Category 6 riders. And with Category 1 well on their way into this slopes as well, it's going to be busy on the slopes of the final peak, Peak 6, coming up to the summit, up to the end. A brutal climb to finish here today.
Well, 4 riders in sight. If Theo could turn and look over his shoulder at the moment, Rademacher and Newman. Newman really starting to motor here on the final few 100 meters. We are 550 meters to go now for Theo. Rademacher and Newman have got a little bit further, but they are closing it down, and it's Molt Newman, the rider here with 6 on the back, that is pushing on now. He's gone from 4th place into 2nd place on the slopes here. Miguel Theo still on the front, picking up the pace again. He's at 58.2 kilometers. It's a 58.8 kilometer race, let's remember. And there is a number of corners before they see that UCI banner that is the finish line today.
Little bit of a rest, little bit of a pause, and then it kicks again. We've got to get ourselves up onto the summit and round that 180-degree left-hand turn, and that's going to be the key indicator for our riders. You cannot rest until you reach that point, until you reach the finishing banner here today on MyWhoosh on the Sunday Race Club. It's qualifier race number 2. We're about to see our first race finish, and at the moment it's between 2 riders in Category 6, Philo and Newman.
Well, Miguel Theo led and has led for some time on this climb. Molt Newman may well have got his pacing strategy absolutely to perfection, because on the latter stages of this climb, he has pulled his way up into 2nd, and he is matching at the moment Miguel Theo on this climb. Now Theo kicks again, but he is up, he is down. He's pushing and trying to hold this. He's trying to hold off Molt Newman. They're going to take the corner. This banner will be sighted shortly. There are around 150 meters to go until that UCI banner comes. There it is. It's in sight now, and Theo is going to do this. Miguel Theo is going to take away the win in Category 6. Great race to hold off Molt Newman, who comes underneath the banner for 2nd place. Michael Rademacher, some way down the climb now, should come through for 3rd. Great racing. Kevin Motmans, Diego Narvaez, Otto Passo, all battling out on the mountain for the lower places. But we drop back in with Category 5. And Felix Reimers looks like he's gone clear of the pack.
He's gone clear of Fitzgerald at 11 seconds. He's leading what's... it is the pack. It's a diminished pack. It's broken apart on the slopes. You can see those riders scattered up and down the slopes all around California today as these riders come in. Felix Reimers out of the saddle on the right-hand side of your screen, leading Category 5. He comes around that right-hand turn. He's got Caro Toro, Matilda there. Toro riding strongly in that polka dot skin suit as the leader and winner of that climbs competition in Category 5 on the right-hand side of your screen there, as we drop back in with Category 2 and another breakaway as always. This is a brutal race today in Category 2. Nobody wants to make this an easy day at the office. Graves, X100 and Wozniak, the leading trio. At the moment, that gap is sitting at about 35 seconds, so just over half a minute back to the chasing group behind. And it's a really strong group. People like SS, Espina, Gorjak in there, Rick Van Urk in that group. They can't let that gap stay at that distance into this final climb, I would suggest. I think that is very dangerous.
Well, giving these riders, Marcin Wozniak on your screen at the moment, you can see the rider and the cadence. Heart rate sitting at around 180 beats at the moment. And
time to wave.
I know, well, he's comfortably in the group. He's currently sat at zone 3, tapping zone 4. So a real tempo pace coming out of Wozniak at the moment. X100 and Graves, he's still got range, you know. He's going to need it on this final climb. X100 always known for giving himself a nice run into a climb with a big pack behind, because he might not have the top end power that some of the other riders have, but he has some really strong, consistent time trial pace. Toro now, Caro, Reimers, Mattila, Womack, Roy, all in this Category 5 pack. They're coming up to the final 1 kilometre to go.
So our riders now know that this final section will be key. They know that those gaps are not huge anywhere, and they will have seen those gaps come down. We saw a great sprint up in category 6, a real move up, not enough to close the gap down totally coming into the finish. Philo just holding off Mark Newman, but Newman making a substantial amount of time and a big amount of places in the final few hundred meters. It's going to be critical what the riders do here. Category 5 on the way. Category 4 leader at the moment is Kobani, I think, who's just come rocketing in through here. Arthur Kobani at the moment is at nearly 6 watts. He's just gone over 6 watts per kilo. He's moving his way up through this group as well. Put your, take your pick here, because it could be Kobani who hits the line first rather than the category 5. They've still got a long run to that 180-degree turn. You think you come out of the woods, you go into the buildings, you're there. You are not.
Well, we're going to see Category 5 and Category 4 finish very quickly. Grant Womack on your screen at the moment, rider from Great Britain, is in the mix with Fitzer and Reimers. But Toro and Caro are 7 seconds up the road. Corbani, the leader in the Category 4 race, is clear by, well, around 4 seconds from Milan Termerton. And I'm just checking who's a little bit further back. It's Arsene that is coming up the climb as well. So Corbani now pushing on. The Category 4 rider goes over the top of Caro and Toro. Caro and Toro now battling it out in the Category 5 race with the motivation of Corbani, who's gone past the Brazilian rider in Category 4, doing a phenomenal job climbing this climb today. Built for climbing is Corbani, and the rider absolutely pushing here. Superb racing to see today, 7 watts per kilo, but the chase is coming from behind. Termerton and Arsene have worked their way through the Category 5 bunch and are now racing for the line. They've got around 150 metres to go. Can Corbani hold on? He takes the right-hand corner. He's going to see the line, but Arsene and Termerton are coming as well, and there's a big sprint from Arsene from behind. Can Corbani hold him off? Yes, he can. Arsene came fast from behind, will take second place today, but Arthur Corbani takes the win in Category 4. Category 5, it was Caro versus Toro. What a move from them. Toro takes the win in Category 5.
So, 2 categories to round out very quickly for you. Arthur Corbani in Category 4, taking the win from Guillaume Arsene in second place. At Milan Termerton takes third place, and the green skin suit was our sprint winner, with Borislav Ivanov taking 4th place and Jose Oviedo taking 5th place. Category 5, it was coming through. Edouard Caro taking the win from Christoph Fitzier, taking 2nd place, with Toro taking 3rd, but taking away the climber's jersey. 4th place to Roy, 5th place to Womack.
Well, the Category 3 race have around 650 metres to go, and Rune Bakken is the rider on the front at the climb, but just 1 second separating these 2 riders, because George King is in 2nd place and trying to close that gap down and get back on Bakken's wheel. Matthias Kalman is leading the charge behind at 18 seconds, and then there's a huge gap to the chase group. So King, Kalman and Bakken, the 3 riders clear of the pack in Category 3. But it's looking like Rune Bakken at the moment is the rider on the ascent, climbing strongly. King at 3 seconds, Kalman at 15.
The gaps are there. Are they going to stay? Can Bakken hold off King? George King out of the saddle, stamping on those pedals. 98, 99 revs per minute, 182 beats per minute. Really pushing hard here, right up into zone 6 here for Bakken. That's for sure. This is to hold off King. King coming at zone 5. That means he's got a little bit in theory left in the tank, but that doesn't take into account the racing that's been done so far. Bakken, though, really now stamps on those pedals. He wants to take this. He comes round the right. The finish line is in sight.
It is indeed, and Rune Bakken is going to take the win today in Category 3. Fabulous racing from Rune Bakken to take top spot.
So Bakken goes through, taking the win. King goes through over the line in 2nd place. Matthias Kalman will cross the line in 3rd place here today over the line, with Oya and Paredes chasing. Paredes got company. Marquez and Guarin could close down, but nobody's going to close down Kalman now. He goes over the line He's our third rider over in category 3 on qualifier race number 2, with 2 more race winners to come. And at the moment, we're in with the front of category 2. We saw Graves, Wozniak, and X100 leading into this climb. The chase behind us, as much of a chase as it was about 30 seconds down, and now at 20 seconds behind Graves. Graves some 20 seconds behind Mr. X100 and Marcin Wozniak. In category 1, left-hand side of your screen, our dynamic duo of Michael Knudsen and Niall Pedersen on the way up this climb. They are making the way up behind the leaders of category 2. Category 2 leaders at 56.6k. Category 1 leaders at 55.9. At the moment, Knudsen leading from Pedersen. Pedersen has got the green skin suit of the sprints winner. He's got the polka dot skin suit of our climbs winner. Will he take the yellow? You'll have to wait to find out. Category 2, in theory, are going to get to our finish first, although Category 1 are coming quick. Wozniak and Mr. X100 climbing really well at the moment.
They are indeed. 24 seconds back to Phil Graves, 36 seconds back to the main group. And at last count, it was a big group of nearly 20 riders. There's some real class behind. Flubus, Miller, SS, Gorjank, all in the mix. But at the moment, it is X100 versus Marcin Wozniak. On the category 2 race. Really big push now. X100 and Wozniak. Wozniak now needs to stay with X100 on the climb if he wants any chance of taking the win. They're 1.8 kilometers from the finish line. There is still a significant amount of the race to go. That's on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen, this is the pack. The pack that is around 250, 300 meters behind the leading 2 riders at the moment. And at some point, they are going to unleash the power on the climb and try and start closing down that gap. Rick van Erck is in the polka dot skin suit behind SS and Stuart Miller. Anders Bengston, Christoph Thiem, Alexei Kauman. All of these riders, you will know their names in the category 2 race. They are up and at the front of the race regularly on a Sunday. David Nitko is there. Christoph Flubus is in the mix. Michel Machado is in the mix as well. The pack are hunting, and they are hunting the 2 riders up the road.
Meanwhile, in category 1, there's been a reversal of fortunes as Michael Knudsen now has given away 7 seconds to Niall Pedersen. Pedersen kicked. He's gone over the top of Knudsen. Is Pedersen going to make a clean sweep of it? Knudsen will go in with another podium if he can continue to stay clear of the chasers behind, which he should. Now Pedersen, though, is looking to take away a win here today as he makes his way in. This is going to be very interesting indeed, whilst Knudsen is going to be looking to take away that podium. Pedersen is looking for the win. He's absolutely flying at the moment. What can Pedersen do on these slopes? He's certainly looking strong. He's got the gap. He's opened it up. It's continuing to open now. It's at 9 now, 10 seconds to Knudsen. Pedersen has timed this to perfection. He really is running into a really good vein of form at the moment. It's looking stronger and stronger on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. And at the moment, he's got the strength and the power to really rocket his way up. He's only 400 meters or so behind the bunch in category 2. He's also closing down on the leaders in category 2, but they have got the gap. Mr. X100 and Marcin Wozniak at the very front of category 2 at the moment.
They are indeed, and they're coming up with 1,000 meters to go in the category 2 race. Kalman and Ken, SS all pushing on here and setting a strong pace, but this pack, whilst they might be a little stretched on the road, there's still a wide group here. Stuart Mellon now leading the charge at 7 watts per kilo on the climb, and coming into those final few hundred meters, Marcin Wozniak now starting to go clear of X100. The gap is coming down, you know. Wozniak 2 seconds, X100. The rest of the group now starting to move behind. The gap is at 20 seconds now. It was at 40 at the start of the climb at the base. It's now at 20. Wozniak, X100. Will they run out of road? Will they make it to the banner? You can just see those green jerseys in the distance behind them. But there is Well, just over 500 metres of climbing to go for Marcin Wozniak. The heart rate now up to 191. He's at zone 6. It's at 12% under his wheel. It's easing off now, the gradient slightly. Can X100 close it back down? It's 3 seconds now as Wozniak continues to push. He continues to drive towards the line.
So it's a long, long run. It must feel forever like climbing Chomolonga on the way to the finish. Chomolonga, Mount Everest by another name, originally known as Peak 15. This is peak number 6 for us. So today's Everest for this riding finish, it is peak number 6 in California. This is the run for the line in category 2. It's going to be tough stuff. Our leader's coming into that left-hand turn.
It is, and the group are back onto the wheel of X100, just 5 seconds back off Marcin Wozniak. So Wozniak now doesn't just have X100 chasing, he's got the entire Category 2 chase back, and Trzynski is coming, so is Thiem, Burt Kane, Khan Kane, and that's the UCI banner. Marcin Wozniak drives towards the banner. He's going to take the win today in Category 2. Wozniak takes the win. The chase is on behind. Burt Kane, Christoph Thiem, Trzynski, Khan Kane, Stuart Miller, all coming through across the line, but Wozniak celebrates the win in Category 2.
What a run for the line in Category 2, coming in through to the finish. Wozniak in 1, Burt Kane in 2, Christoph Thiem in 3, Peter Trzynski in 4, Angus Halley comes through for 5th. The second of the KM brothers comes through for 6th place. Khan Kane, Stuart Miller in 7th. SS takes away the polka dot skin suit in 8th, with Miss X100 going through with the looks to be the Sprints jersey in 9th place. Meanwhile, race leader in Category 1, now Pedersen, has opened up the gap. He hasn't just hammered the wedge home, he's absolutely knocked it in with a sledgehammer, because that gap has gone out. It's 16 seconds nearly now to Michael Nussen. Now Pedersen, well, I tell you, now you need to be wearing that MyWhoosh Championships jersey more often.
It's a psychological advantage and
Clearly
channels the power. Niall Pedersen now coming up to the final 100 metres of the race. That's the banner. Pedersen took his first win on the Sunday Race Club in Qualifier 1 in December 25. He takes his first win of 2026 today. Pedersen doing the business, putting down the power, going clear of Knudsen. Michael Knudsen coming through underneath the UCI banner for 2nd place today. 17 seconds clear of the chase behind, and there's a big chase behind in the Category 1 race. Safra Zadie, Skierski, Power, Vujasins and Tugels. Safra Zadie leading this out. Skierski's on his wheel. Side Safra Zadie's going to take 3rd place today. Skierski in 4. Vujasin comes through ahead of Power, I think, for 5th. Yes, the results on my screen confirm it.
Amazing racing out on the course today. Now Pedersen setting the course record, because it's the first time we've used this race route. So Emma can't go back and look through her records, but she can get a new course. This means probably a new notebook in the offices somewhere. Now Pedersen taking the win, 1 hour 25 minutes 10 seconds ahead of Michael Nussen, and the podium being rounded out by Saeed Safrazedi with a fantastic chase back to come into the leading trio. All of the results available on MyWhoosh.com. Go to the main menu, go to results, and then click on. You'll see when those results are official with that blue seal of approval. It means that all of the results are verified at that stage. Until then, they are provisional. Don't forget, of course, you can go on to MyWhooshinfo.com for lots of stats and details. Make sure whilst you're online, you follow at MyWhoosh on social media, on Instagram and on Facebook. You can follow myself, that is Matt Payne at Matt Fixer Payne. You can follow Emma at biking_Emma. Whilst you are online, make sure you download the app on iOS, on Android, on Windows, whatever you need to ride. You can do that, get the latest update on there. Great improvements all the time. And remember, of course, it's now rowing as well as running and cycling on MyWhoosh. If that wasn't enough for you to do, your homework for this week is to go out and make sure you watch the UAE Tour coming out to you, the women's and the men's UAE Tours this time of year, the early season kicking off in the amazing weather and in the fantastic scenery that is the UAE. Brilliant racing already in those stages that we've had so far. Well worth a watch. MyWhoosh supporting that as well. Make sure you keep an eye on that racing. And if being indoors is enough, don't forget, you can always get outside, jump on a bike. It might be sunny where you are. If it is, get out. You never know. Some of that vitamin D might get you racing quicker indoors as well. We will see if our esports specialist Emma has been racing before next week. I'm sure she will have been. From myself, Mark Payne, from Emma, from all of the team, thank you so much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed our women's and men's races here today. In qualifier race number 2, it's qualifier race number 3, our final qualifier next week. Make sure you join us for that. From Emma, from myself, and the amazing team behind the scenes at MyWhoosh. Stay safe. Enjoy your riding. Till next week.
Goodbye.